We're live from Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago as we are standing by for the afternoon session of the first day of the 2025 Carifta Games. And what a sight. It's getting a little bit cool as we approach dusk here, but yeah, it's just wonderful to be here. 31 degrees Celsius, humidity at 65%. There has been a swirling wind all day. We're clocking it at 9 kilometers per hour, but sometimes it feels a little bit stronger. We've seen a few races in some strong headwinds here. And yeah, we're looking forward to all the action that will take place a little bit later on here at the picturesque Hazley Crawford Stadium. Wherever you're watching all over the world, thank you so much for joining our coverage. My name is Donald Oliver. Yeah, and we speak a lot about Trinidad and Tobago and the energy that the nation brings when hosting these competitions. And as far as the island is concerned, there are a few tidbits that you may or may not know about. Let's take a look at this feature.
Beneath the blossom of the pui trees, this is where the pace picks up. North Trinidad moves fast, thinks big, and pushes hard. At the savannah, there's always movement. Runners, families, kids playing, and cars in motion. Head to the coast and you'll see the freedom that lives here. Waves, wind, open space, perfect for clearing your head and finding your focus. This city has seen it all. The architecture tells stories of struggle, pride, and legacy. Up high, the view changes. These lookouts remind you to keep your goals in sight and your mindset elevated. Here in Lavish Paramin, every breath feels earned. The climb sharpens your spirit and the view strengthens your result. And sometimes to get better, you have to step away from the noise. Down the islands brings quiet, and with it, clarity. North is the heartbeat of the nation. Loud, relentless, and always moving forward. It's where pressure turns into performance and confidence gets built one step at a time. Here lies the pulse of the capital.
Well, what I really need to do is come here on vacation as opposed to work, because only the Hazley Crawford Stadium actually know firsthand. But I suppose my supervisors can help me with that in the not too distant future. Let's see. It's time to look at what will be happening in this afternoon session on this opening day. There are a few finals to look ahead to, including some exciting action in the 400 meters and the 100 meters. But first up on the agenda, we see here the 400 meter under 17 girls, then the boys equivalent right after that, the discus throw for under 20 boys next, and the 400 meter final for under 17 boys. The decathletes will also be in action. Then the 400s will continue at the under 20 level. Then the octathlon for boys and the 1500 meters for boys and girls under 17. They will get underway as well. After the 1500s, the girls 100 meter Special Olympic Open, that will get underway at 5:35 p.m. local time. And after that, the girls' pole vault, which is an open event. The 100 meter Special Olympic boys will take place after that. And then the big ones, the girls 100-meter dash under 17, the boys equivalent right after that, then the triple jump, and then more 100-meter running. And after that is complete, we'll have some events in the octathlon and the decathlon, the 400 meters in fact, and then the final race of the day, the mixed 4x4 relay open. That last event coming up at 7 o'clock local time, so we're looking forward to that. Well, there's something I wouldn't like to go on, the first wheel, and that's just a stone's thrown away from the Hazley Crawford Stadium, and lots of activities going on here in Port of Spain, again, just adjacent to the Hazley Crawford Stadium. So let's now take a look at the medal standings, because there have been a couple of finals. Well, we're not yet ready to take a look at the medal standings, but just to give you a hint, Bahamas, they have been involved so far, as well as Jamaica. Of course, a lot is expected from those two nations. They've finished top two on so many occasions at these Carifta Games. Bahamas, they are hoping to try and topple the Jamaicans at the top of the table. But yeah, something we're looking forward to seeing a little bit later on, as well over the next few days, how that rivalry will pan out. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, being the host nation, seeking to make some serious inroads in the top two. In fact, they're keen on getting the better of the Bahamas. But I must tell you, as far as the contingent in the stands, so many from Trinidad and Tobago, obviously them being the home nation. But Bahamas, they travel far and wide to these Carifta Games. They really bring the flavor to the stands. But Trinidad and Tobago, of course, with the advantage. And what an energy we're experiencing. And we see it so often. And we saw it yesterday on the opening day during the opening ceremony. And they have brought it again today. And I'm sure if athletes win some prized medals in the finals, this place will absolutely explode. Well, the medal ceremony of a few events will be taking place in short order, and then we'll head straight into action on the track and in the field. Well, Ricardo Chambers is standing by. Ricardo?
Yeah, thank you so much, Donald. We're really looking forward to this evening session at the Carifta Games here in 2025. Here's the Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Had some exciting action this morning in the 100 and 400 meters qualifying rounds for those, and the finalists will come up later on. Of course, 4 field event finals earlier today as well, and those athletes will get the opportunity now to collect their well-earned silverware. The medalists there in the high jump for under 17 girls. What a competition that was. Not dissimilar to what we had in 2024 in Grenada. The top 2 clearing 1.71 meters, separated on countback. The Jamaican Sequoia Palmer winning gold ahead of Shania Motley of Barbados and St. Lucia's Destiny Senak. Destiny Senak, the bronze medalist representing St. Lucia, only her 4th high jump competition, but she jumped brilliantly and now she has a bronze medal. Just look at that smile.
Yeah, certainly she had a big smile on her face earlier when she cleared the 1.68 meters, and great reward for what she's put in preparing for this event.
The silver medalist Shania Motley of Barbados cleared 1.71 meters on her 3rd attempt. That was good enough to give her the silver medal, with the Jamaican Sequoia Palmer collecting her gold medal, having cleared 1.71 meters on her second attempt. The presentation being done by Mike Sands, president of the North America, Central America and Caribbean Track and Field Association, NACAC. They are your high jump under 17 girls medalists. 3 nations represented: Jamaica, Barbados and St. Lucia. Personal best performance for Palmer of Jamaica by 1 centimeter. Personal best effort for Motley of Barbados as well, and a massive personal best for Senac of St. Lucia by about 8 centimeters. That's all you can ask of these athletes, is to deliver their best performances on this stage, the Carifta Games.
Well, missing out on a medal this time around was Alexandra Kamalapi of Bahamas. 1.68, she lost out on a countback.
Tough for her, lost out on gold on a countback last year. This time she loses out to the medal. Keazra Thomas, the second Bahamian in the field as well, outside the medals after a 4th place finish last year. Down the field this time. Bahamas didn't get what they were looking for in the under 17 girls high jump, but they definitely got it in this event. The under 17 boys javelin throw. A 1-2 finish, Akil Williams and Wyatt Cartwright, bettering St. Kitts and Nevis's Jasano Henderson, who secured bronze. Akil Williams said in his interview with Donald Oliver earlier today that things did not go according to plan, but he was happy to have gotten the gold medal. Part of the reason things did not go according to plan is that he trailed going into the final round. Jasana Henderson of St. Kitts and Nevis, 54.36 meters, his best effort to take the bronze medal. Wyatt Cartwright, the Bahamian, he led with 55.74 in the 4th round, but then the favorite, Akil Williams, his countrymate, responded in the 6th and final round with 57.51. He was the favorite and he got it right in the nick of time.
Yeah, he was actually in 2nd place with 53.11 and improved on his throw by just about 4.5 meters. That's a great performance from Williams.
Four field finals this morning. Just saw the medalists from the first 2. They're the medalists for the shot put on the 17 girls final. Gabriella Linton of the Cayman Islands, striking gold ahead of Jamie Lee Toller of Jamaica and Renique Richards of Antigua and Barbuda stepping up for bronze.
Richards clinching the bronze medal with her very last throw, 10.57 meters, and just easing in to get that bronze medal. .57 correction.
I think it's always great to get on the medal table early. The World Athletics President, Lord Sebastian Coe, presenting the medals. What a moment for these youngsters. As he pointed out at the opening ceremony, attending his 8th Carifta Games, Renique Richards steps up to collect her bronze medal.
Yeah, the great legend of middle distance running, Sebastian Coe. Olympic gold medals back in 1980 and 84. Significant victories, and at one time he had set 3 world records within the space of 41 days.
Jamie Tullow, the Jamaican silver medalist here, 13.02. She too was delighted because of a massive personal best. That effort came in round 4. But no one could deny Gabriella Linton of the Cayman Islands. 14.07 meters in the 3rd round, and that was competition done. She was so dominant that her first 4 efforts, 13.10, 13.11, 14.07 and 13.74, would have won her the gold medal. Any of those efforts would have won her the gold medal. A dominant performance from the Caymanian.
And even more special, they get to take their pictures with Lord Coe.
Final set of athletes coming through from their final this morning. The javelin throw for under 20 girls. Another Bahamian 1-2. Tisha Stubbs and Diori Scott, with Angelique Curiel of Curacao taking the bronze medal there. There are the shot putters celebrating their moment.
The medals will be presented by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago National Athletic Association, Mr. Ephraim Surratt.
And the medals will be presented in this category by Ephraim Surratt, president of the N3As of Trinidad and Tobago. Ephraim Surratt, a 100-meter champion here in Trinidad and Tobago. Actually, he shot to prominence back in 1977, beating Hazley Crawford, in the Olympic champion at the time in the 100-meter national championship.
Great old days. The javelin throwers, Curaçao's Curiel with the bronze at 40.08. Diori Scott, perennial javelin throw medalist at the Carifta Games, record holder in the under 17 category, stepping up to an under 20 silver medal here, with Tisha Stubbs securing gold. The only competitor over 50 meters at 50.03. Diori Scott, 45.61.
And there was a significant improvement from her. Her first throw was actually 38.70 meters, and she significantly upped that to 50.03, and that was the throw, as you mentioned, that won her the gold medal.
Bahamas atop the medal table after the morning session with 2 gold and 2 silver medals. Ahead of Jamaica, 1 gold, 1 silver. Nice crowd building inside the grandstand for this evening session.
Yeah, you tend to find larger crowds come in the evening session, and especially for any event held here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, the grandstand usually fills up first, as you would expect. It's the big shaded area, and then it sort of radiates outwards on the left and right.
I see for the first time a few fans inside the bleachers. out closer towards the finish line or the start of the 400 meters. Well, let's have a look at the medal table then after the morning session. The Bahamians leading with 4 medals, 2 gold and 2 silver. Jamaica in second with 2 medals, 1 gold, 1 silver. The Cayman Islands in third with a gold medal. Barbados in fourth with a silver medal. And then 4 nations with bronze medals. St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, Curacao, and Antigua and Barbuda.
Already 8 nations on the medal table.
Some big finals to come on the track. The 400 meters, the 100 meters, the 1500 meters, and the mixed 4x4 all track finals set for day number 1. And we also have great competition going on because the triple jump final for under 17 boys, that should be a good one. The discus final for under 20 boys coming up as well. The pole vault final for girls will take place this afternoon as well. And also we'll have the Donald Oliver finals. Well, his first one is coming up now.
Ricardo Chambers, no pressure. Thank you very much. Gabriella Linton is actually with me. Gabriella of the Cayman Islands. She actually won gold in the girls under 17 shot put of 14.07 meters. It was the first time that she was actually breaking the 14-meter barrier. And she's here with me to talk about the event. How did you feel out there? Your first Carifta Games, actually. How did you feel competing out there?
It felt good. I was a bit nervous, but I followed what my coach said and executed it.
Why were you nervous?
Because I saw the starting list and there was a girl throwing above me.
Ah, so what was going through your mind knowing that you had that level of competition?
That I just needed to focus, do what my coach said, and
it was the first time that you were breaking the 14-meter barrier. How did it feel to actually achieve that milestone?
it felt amazing. I've been working towards it for like the past 2 months. So it feels good to know that I've broken it here.
And you've made the Cayman Islands so very proud with your achievement. Their first medal at these games. Say a word to them watching and cheering you on. Yeah, you have something to say to them, man. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriella Linton. Just 13 years old, and she has a long way to go in this field, and I'm sure she will just move on from strength to strength. That's our under-17 girls shot put champion here at these Carifta Games. Ricardo, back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Donald. The vibes building inside the grandstand for sure. The intensity rising, and we expect it to rise just as much on the track and in the field as well for this first evening session of the 2025 Carifta Games. The 400 finals are coming up. It's a good time then to review what happened in qualifying. Starting with the under-17 girls 400 meters, Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas, the silver medalist from last year, leading qualifying at 54.29, winning that first semi-final. Shamika McLean of Jamaica then followed with victory in the second semi-final, 54.65. They are the top two for that event. Keegan Neely, the favorite in the under-17 boys 400 meters, was comfortable, maybe too comfortable, and had to settle for second in his semi-final. But what is important, he is into the final. So too is Jonathan Higgs, his Bahamian counterpart, with a 48.80 qualifying time, and Dwayne Sharp of Calabar winning the third semi-final in 49.07. In the under-20 girls event, Kadia Rock of Barbados with a personal best 53.45, but then the defending champion Tiana Springer showed that she is still the girl to beat with a big run, 53.19 to qualify as well. Aprina Wright, the Jamaican, taking the third and final semi-final. And then to the under-20 boys 400 meters, Taj Marquez White, the Jamaicans, slow over the first 200 meters, but too fast for everybody else over the last half. He won the first semi-final. His countryman, Marcinio Rose, took the second semi-final. The defending champion, Malachi Austin, of Guyana was in the third semi-final, but he had to play second fiddle to Zion Miller of the Bahamas, who qualified fastest at 46.64, a personal best for him. So all set for the 400 finals coming up in short order. Triple jump final for under 17 boys in progress as well. The record for this event, 15.19 meters in 2013 by Miguel Van Assen. The Jamaican Amani Phillips has bettered that already this season. That's competitor 163, Lindavian Store of the Bahamas, a 1381 jumper. That looks close to 14 meters for the Bahamian. The Bahamian fans like it.
Boy, they have been a big part of the atmosphere in the stadium. They've shown up actually with a Junkanu band called Just Junkanu, and they have been treating the Trinidad fans to their music all the way through the day.
Ainsworth Ferguson on the runway now, the second Bahamian in the field, trains at Monroe College in the Cool Hills in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. He too would dearly love to get over 14 meters.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the introduction of the athletes, the under 17 girls 400 meters final.
Another good looking effort there, close to 14 meters for Ferguson, the Bahamian. Gets the white flag.
Maybe just a little bit short of that 14-meter mark, and he's already achieved 13.84. At least that's what the seeded mark that he's come in with. And as you mentioned, Ricardo, there's a very good chance that if Armani Phillips gets in form as the way he's done for the season, we might actually see the record fall if that it is possible.
The second of the Jamaicans, Kai Anthony Hall, one of three who have gone over 14 meters this season. Relaxed run down the runway, close on the board, but gets a good effort in. That looks over 14 meters for the Jamaican.
And it is legal, he gets the white flag.
400 finals coming up, starting with the under 17 girls. First track gold medal to be handed out here at the 2025 Carifta Games. The record 53.19 set in 2018 by Megan Moss of the Bahamas. There's the lineup: Gabrielle Facey of St. Lucia, Tracy Ann Evans of Jamaica, Aiden Chiwa of Trinidad and Tobago, Shamika McLean, Jamaica, Keazra Thomas, Bahamas, Tyra Fenton, Antigua and Barbuda, Deschanel Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis, and Kaya Hyson of Trinidad and Tobago.
For the local fans, a lot to cheer about with the two Trini girls in there, as well as for Jamaica, their two qualifiers in.
There's Tracy and Evans. She'll go in lane number 2. Below her best in qualifying. She'll be looking for a significant improvement in the final. She will need a significant improvement if she is to be among the medals. I am looking out towards the start of the 400 meters. I'm not seeing Kaya Hyson, who should have been in lane number 8. That lane empty at this stage. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas, fastest in qualifying at 54.29. She has a personal best of 53.74. The only athlete under 54 seconds in this field. There she is, outside the medals in the high jump. A disappointment for her, but she shrugged off a similar disappointment a year ago in Grenada to land the silver medal. Can she upgrade that?
Two runners in this one looking to upgrade. Also Fenton, as you could have mentioned, 54.89 bronze medal last year.
Off they go for the under-17 girls 400 final. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas in lane number 5 has gone on quickly. Already closes down on Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda. Chanel Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis in lane number 7 has also gone to work down the back stretch. The Jamaican Shamika McLean has some work to do as they go through 200 meters. Fenton, Thomas, and Thomas. Those are the three on the outside. They transition down the stretch. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas leads the under-17 400 final. Tyra Fenton, last year's bronze medalist, is challenging her. Fenton inches ahead, but only just. Tyra Fenton finds the extra gear. And the Antiguan is the Carifta champion. A year after she finished behind Kezra Thomas for bronze, she defeats her to snatch the gold medal in Port of Spain. What a performance!
What a battle that was coming down the straight, and Thomas looked like she had it under control, but what a run from the Antiguan to go past and get the win and win the gold medal. Look at what it means to her. She's put everything out there. She's left it all there out on the track.
Double bronze in Grenada last year at 200 and 400 meters, and she has returned 1 year later, and she's the one smiling brightest. 53.93, she breaks 54 seconds for the first time in her career, and she lands a convincing victory in the final analysis. Thomas will be disappointed, no doubt. Had the gold medal in sight once again, but just couldn't hold it down the stretch.
Well, that picture tells the story itself. A huge amount of disappointment for her, but she's put in a brave effort here, and the emotions are all coming out at the moment.
Here's another look at it. You can understand why. After last year's performance, she felt that this could be and should have been her year. Very good first 200 meters. Chanel Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis, the bronze medalist from 2 years ago, 4th last year, running a strong first 250, but down the stretch it was Kezra Thomas and Tyra Fenton, and Fenton found the extra gear. I said last year, and I'll say it again, she reminds me a little bit of the great Jamaican quarter miler Lorraine Fenton, who won Olympic silver in Sydney in 2000. Kezra Thomas bitterly disappointed with not being able to land the gold medal here. Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda wins the first track gold medal of these Carifta Games, 53.93. Kiesra Thomas of Bahamas secures silver again, with Deschanel Thomas, 2 years after her first bronze, gets a second one in the under-17 girls 400 meters. A shocker really that Shamika McLean of Jamaica, who looked so good in qualifying, finished down in 5th. She was never in the race.
Yeah, she really never got started there. And Eden Chiwa of local interest, Trinidad and Tobago, missing out on the medal, finishing in 4th place.
The under-17 boys 400 final coming up next. There the boys making their way out for the under-17 400 final. The Carifta record was set just last year by Nicole Bramwell of Jamaica at 47.27. Bramwell hasn't competed much in 2025. And he's not at these Carifta games, having won back-to-back gold medals at the under-17 level. But many feel it is the time for Egan Neely of the Bahamas, 47-45 performer this season. And although in qualifying he eased it through and finished second, he will start as the heavy favorite. But favorites don't always win. As we get back to the triple jump final for under-17 boys. Kieran Hudson of French Guiana.
And in the meantime, while the triple jump on the 17, the Canton boys
Just over 13 meters with that one.
Jaden Sutherland of Guyana in the triple jump, who in the second round failed his first round effort. Just needs the white flank for an improvement in round 2. .1350 jumper at his best. Trying to get well beyond that. The record on a warning at this stage, 15.19, with the Jamaican Amani Phillips in the field. If he's anywhere close to his best, he is expected to challenge that mark. What a performance we saw a short while ago from Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda, the winner of the under-17 girls 400 meters. She's found her way up to Donald Oliver.
53.93 seconds her time, and really just absolutely wonderful to see how you fought down the stretch. Talk to me about that race. How did it feel out there?
I was very tired. I feel amazing. Last year I came, got bronze, and I'm so happy now that I came back and show what I actually had in me and got gold.
You got double bronze last year, in fact, in the 200 and 400 meters.
Yes.
So this is a major improvement.
Yeah, I know I've been training very hard with my coaches, doing some overtime, and I'm very proud of myself.
Did you feel pressure from the Bahamian down the stretch?
Did I feel pressure? Yes, I felt a bit of pressure because lactic was catching me, but when you have the adrenaline in you and you get to find it to push through.
Thank you very much, Miss Fenton. All the best for the future.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Yeah, Tyra Fenton delighted with her outstanding performance. She is Carifta Under-17 champion. The Under-17 boys final coming up. They have taken their positions. 47-27, the championship record. Nicole Bramwell of Jamaica last year. There's the full lineup. Brian Scott of Trinidad and Tobago. Devin Cecilia of Guyana, Zachary Wall of Barbados, Jonathan Higgs of Bahamas, Javon Simon of Antigua and Barbuda, Carmel Joseph of Grenada, Dwayne Sharp, Jamaica, and Egan Neely, the favorite of the Bahamas, in lane number 8. Neely ran well within himself in qualifying this morning. Will he let it all out in this final? Dwayne Sharp of Jamaica goes in 7:48.13 at his best. Won his semi-final comfortably. Javon Simon of Antigua and Barbuda, he beat Neely in his semi-final. Can he repeat in the championship race when it matters most? Final of the Under-17 boys, 400 meters. Off they go. Egan Neely off brilliantly. His first 3 steps took him away from the Jamaican Dwayne Sharp. Down the back stretch they go. Sharp starts to respond down the back stretch. Jonathan Higgs, the second Bahamian, in lane number 4, has run a very good first 200 as well. Sharp of Jamaica ranging up nicely in lane number 7. Neely on the outside. Oh, what a run coming from Brian Scott of Trinidad and Tobago on the inside. But it's Egan Neely of the Bahamas. Leads the Jamaican Dwayne Sharp. Scott is running the race of his life. Can he get bronze? Neely strikes gold. Silver goes to Dwayne Sharp. And it's the Barbadian Zachary Wall who closes off the medals with bronze. But Egan Neely came in as the favorite, and he delivered emphatically down the stretch from lane number 8. And the Bahamians have their 400 gold in the Under-17 category.
The Bahamians in full points at the moment. That is their 3rd gold medal for the day. They are celebrating. What a first day they are having. And look at the celebrations there. And that's the man who's brought the latest round of applause from them.
The record survives. 47.7 will get confirmation of the final time shortly. But it's not better than his personal best of 47.45 done at the Bahamian trials. Down the back stretch as they approach the 200-meter mark, the Jamaican Dwayne Sharp started to respond in a serious way to the early move made by Neely. And as they battered down the stretch, Neely holding strong, the bronze medalist of a year ago, determined to win this gold medal, and he moved away to secure the victory. That is what was expected coming to Port of Spain, and he has delivered. Dwayne Sharp, another excellent performance this season. His consistency continuing to show after a silver medal as well in the Under-16 category at the Jamaican High School Championships. He has silver here, and what a stretch run from the Barbadian Zachary Wall to secure bronze.
Yeah, Scott looked like he had it, the first medal for Trinidad and Tobago at the games, but the Barbadian coming through and taking the win. But Neely running in lane number 8, and what you really expect if you're running in that lane is to just go for it and hope that you don't see anybody else. But he did get a glimpse of Sharp on his left shoulder, and he just put in another gear, it seemed, and pulled away from him.
Always very difficult from lane number 1. Confirmation. Egan Neely, the champion, 47.80. Dwayne Sharp of Jamaica, 48.27 for silver. Zachary Wall of Barbados, 48.63 for bronze. Trinidad and Tobago's Brian Scott just outside the medals in 4th at 48.89. The top 4 going under 49 seconds. The under-20 finals to come in the 400 meters, 1500 finals, the 100 finals, the mixed 4x400 final. Well, that will be a timed finals. Yeah, timed final in the mixed 4x4 to close the show today. A lot happening around the venue.
Yeah, shot put and the high jump in action at the moment as we get ready for another 400-meter final. And as you can see just at the top of your picture there, more spectators continue to trickle in. And certainly Grenada anticipating more medals at this event. And they are here in full force again.
Yeah, the Grenadian fans very much here as well. Sad news coming out of the Grenada camp earlier today. Condolences, of course, from us as well to the coach Wayne McSween, who lost his mother while he was at the Carifta Games. And so must be a tough moment for him and the entire Grenada contingent. And so we wish him and them all the best. Under 17 points, triple jump final in progress. Amani Phillips, the number 1, the Jamaican, 15.66 at his best on the runway. Fast on the runway, doesn't even hit the board, but he's flying through the air and into the pit. That is close to 15 meters. I don't think it's over 15. But we await confirmation of what that distance is. It's certainly legal. The championship record, 15.19 meters. He's already jumped 15.66 in 2025. How far was that?
Yeah, this is an event that will be followed quite eagerly given what Amani Phillips has done for the season so far. Looking at Jariel Williams of Trinidad and Tobago coming into the finals with a seeded mark 12.81.
That one looks below 13 meters. For the Trinbagonian. Jariel Williams. We are awaiting confirmation of that distance for Amani Phillips. .00 meters for Amani Phillips of Jamaica. He leads in the triple jump. The defending champion is also in the field, Christophe Caliste of Grenada, who won last year, beating Phillips. He might have something to say about where the gold medal goes again this year.
Yes, certainly. French Guiana, Kieran Hudson.
In the 3rd round now. Hudson well down at this stage. 10 competitors in the field, so after 3 rounds we'll lose 2 of them and the final 8 will go forward, or the remaining 8 will go forward to get 3 more efforts. We skip away from the triple jump final for under 17 boys and join Donald Oliver, who has the under-17 boys 400 champion.
The Bahamas, they have another gold medal here, Egan Neely. We've heard so much about him, and now he has the gold medal in the under-17 boys 400 meters. It was a dramatic race. You were in the outside lane, so you really couldn't see anyone. What was it like out there for you?
It was a very surreal experience. I saw that I had lane A. I was saying, oh, I can't chase nobody. I just gotta get out and just try to myself just run because I'm in the outer lanes. When I saw that Jamaican on the side of me, I said, I want to bring it home. I want to bring the gold home. And that pushed me to start striding down the home stretch to get the gold for the wonderful country of Bahamas.
I thought you started off a little bit conservatively simply because you couldn't see the others. What was the race plan?
Absolutely, I was supposed to get out, but when I heard what my lane was, I started to get a little anxious about it. So it ended up costing me get a slow start, but I realized I had to speed up because I had the guys behind me. And that's what pushed me to start speeding up and get the gold.
What does this mean to you, the gold medal here?
It means everything to me. It means that I have represented my country with greatness, and I am happy to bring a gold medal back home to the wonderful land of Bahamas.
Egan Neely, congratulations, brother, and all the best
so
in the
much.
future.
Yes, sir.
Egan Neely of the Bahamas, champion in the under-17 boys 400 meters. Pulled away in the last 50 meters from Dwayne Sharp of Jamaica.
Well, he wasn't just hearing Sharp, he was seeing him because he was right there on his shoulder, and you could see the change in his stride patterns after Sharp pulled up almost alongside him and went on to get the victory. Great run from him to win the gold medal.
Under 20 girls 400 final coming up. There's the lineup. Amelia Montoute of Guadeloupe, Brian Barnett of Haiti, Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago, Kadia Rock, Barbados, Siobhan Thomas of Jamaica, Tiana Springer, the defending champion from Guyana, Abrina Wright of Jamaica, and Ketia Ambrose of Antigua and Barbuda. On the outside, Ambrose, personal best to get in here at 55.11. Abrina Wright, the Jamaican, qualified brilliantly at 53.93. There's Tiana Springer, the defending champion, fastest in qualifying, twice a Carifta champion, once at the under-17 level and last year at the under-20 level. Siobhan Thomas of Jamaica in 5. Kadia Rock of Barbados looked real impressive in qualifying at 53.45, personal best for her. Training at Spire Academy in the United States of America, where the Jamaican Olympic silver medalist Karen Stewart is a coach. Off they go. Can Tiana Springer defend her Carifta 400 title? Abrina Wright of Jamaica has gone out quickly. Closes down on Ketia Ambrose of Antigua and Barbuda. Kadia Rock of Barbados is hurrying down the back stretch. Tiana Springer getting into her running as well. 200 meters to go. Kadia Rock is in a very good position. Springer will close really well, and she starts to push off the top end. The Jamaican Abrina Wright running well on the outside as well, but it's Kadia Rock of Barbados who takes them down the stretch. Tiana Springer step forward. It's Springer and Rock. Tiana Springer will defend her Carifta 400 title, and she does it in style. Goes sub 53. 3 in a row, she says. The under-17 title in the Bahamas, her first under-20 title in Grenada last year, and now she goes 3 in a row in Port of Spain.
What an effort from Tiana Springer. She looked very impressive earlier today and has left a lot in the tank. 53.07 takes the gold medal. Brilliant run from her. And she really conserved her energy well on the backstretch, got her into a really good rhythm and stride, and held her nerve. But when she came off the bend into the final turn, it was all over from there.
Kadia Rock of Barbados secures a silver medal, with Abrina Wright of Jamaica taking bronze. Up the top bend, the Barbadian with the advantage. almost having a look across, expecting Tiana Springer to be there. And the Guyanese Golden Girl was more than there. She pulled away and secured another Carifta gold medal.
Tell you what, from 10 meters out, she was already flashing the number 3. She knew that was it.
53.07 for Tiana Springer. She defends her Carifta Under 20 Girls 400 title. Kadia Rock of Barbados, 53.52, just outside her 53.45 personal best done in qualifying. And Abrina Wright of Jamaica, 53.78, secures the bronze medal. Only the medalists go under 54 seconds.
Well, there they are. Tiana Springer in the middle of your picture, the winner, proudly displaying the flag of Guyana. There are a group of Guyana supporters just in front of our position, and they absolutely exploded with 50 meters to go. They knew that the medal, the gold medal, was coming to their country.
What a talent she is. Had a disappointing end to 2024 when she didn't make it out of the first round of the World Under 20 Championships in Peru. Now the boys are making their way out for the Under 20 final. There's Marcinia Rose of Jamaica, a silver medalist last year. He was extremely disappointed not to have landed the gold medal. He was beaten by this man, Malachi Austin, who says it's all in the head. He's seen his teammate defend successfully. Now all the weight on his shoulders to do the same. Maybe the favorite coming in, Taj Marquez White out of Jamaica, 45.84 this season. He's coached by the great Glenn Mills, who has guided some of Jamaica's greatest. None better, of course, than Usain St. Leopold. Prasad, an 800 under 17 silver medalist last year at the under 17 level, has stepped up to the under 20 as well, and he makes it 2 Guyanese in this final.
And the last time this final was contested here in Trinidad and Tobago, it was Usain Bolt that won the 400 meters here. So there's a history to go with.
Back to the under 17 boys triple jump. Amani Phillips of Jamaica on the runway for his third round effort. 15.00 meters in round number 2. Can he go better in the third round? He was so far behind the board. Oh, that is massive! That has to be the record. He gets the white flag, and once it's win legal, I think we have our first record of these Port of Spain Carifta Games. And it's Amani Phillips. That was massive.
Absolutely magnificent, and you saw it coming. He was closest to the pit than any one of the other competitors, and boy, did he just fly into the air.
He was almost in the pit after that second phase. Good on the board. If you get it better than that, then you're really good. But that's good positioning. Hits the board well. Nice, fluent, and beautiful through the phases. Stays patient in the air. And as soon as he landed, he knew he had a big one. How big is it? We are awaiting the distance. How big is this? He's waiting.
I dare say he
waiting.
He was only maybe 1 footstep outside of the pit when he took off for the last stage.
We're all waiting. They're still measuring. That gives you an indication that it is something massive, if of course you didn't already know. His teammate congratulates him. Well, we're waiting on the confirmation. What is it? What is the mark? What is the mark? The measuring process is over. We just need the distance. Can I say somebody somewhere, somebody anywhere?
I think they're just about to announce it here. The announcer is over there. That should tell you something.
15.58 meters. Amani Phillips smashes the Carifta under 17 triple jump record. It stood at 15.19 meters coming in. No surprise that he's done it, but it was emphatic.
It certainly was. He's added another 39 centimeters to the record. That is brilliant stuff from him.
Outstanding performer, brilliant in the long jump as well. Will fancy his chances in that event. Under 20 boys 400 final coming up. This championship record is special. It's 45.02 set by Kirani James of Grenada in 2010. But ahead of that big final, let's join Donald Oliver.
Tiana Springer is with me. Tiana Springer of Guyana, 53.04 seconds defending her title. And what a performance it was. Talk to me through the race.
I'd say it was a bit of challenging because I'm not feeling too good right now. I've been traveling with some hamstring injuries and stuff. But I know I did not come here to top out. And I wanted to make a third time because I was on the 17 and the third champion. So I wanted the third one so I can put my name in the books, you know.
And you've done that. So what does it feel to be in the winner's circle yet again?
I'm so proud of myself, I can say. I trained really hard for this. And thanks to my coach, Mark Scott, and Coach Anson. Thanks to my family for supporting me, my friends. And yeah.
I know Guyana must be really proud of you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Guyana's golden girl, Donald Oliver, the young lady who won the timed finals in Bahamas at the under 17 level, to creating an upset in 2024 and emphatically defending in 2025. Here's the lineup for the under 20 boys 400 final. Nazaria Gomes of Anguilla, Deshaun Lezama of Trinidad and Tobago, Terrell Johnson Ross of Barbados, Zion Miller of Bahamas, Marcinia Rose Jamaica, Malachi Austin, the defending champion Guyana, Taj Marquez White Jamaica, and Caden Prasad of Guyana in lane number 8. Prasad under 17 800 silver last year. Taj Marquez White fastest in the field at personal best at 45.84. Malachi Austin, the defending champion, world under 20 semi-finalist last year. Marcinia Rose, a former Carifta under 17 champion, under 20 silver last year. Zion Miller of the Bahamas, the fastest in qualifying with his personal best 46.64, will start in lane number 4. Johnson Ross of Barbados, 47.45, a personal best in qualifying. He just out of shot. And then the two who qualified on time, Deshaun Lezama of Trinidad and Tobago with a big PB of 47.19, and Nazaria Gomes of Anguilla, who qualified at 47.92. That is the lineup for the final of the under 20 boys 400 meters.
Outside of the two medalists, Gomes and Lezama did compete in the event last year. Both of them went out in the first round, and don't forget Prasad also would have competed in the under 17 final last year. He finished in 6th place.
Who will it be? Will Austin defend? There's Kishon Walcott, Olympic champion in the javelin throw in 2012. First from the English-speaking Caribbean to win an Olympic throws gold medal. The same year he won the world under 20 title, and in 2016 in Rio followed his 2012 gold with a bronze medal. One of the greats. As we await the start of the 400 final for under 20 boys. Slight hold up at the start. We're being told that Terrell Johnson Ross of Barbados does not have his competition number on, and that is what is holding the start up. A little unfair for the other competitors, because you shouldn't be turning up without your competition number, and the official is now having a word with him. And I also wonder, how do you get through the call room without your competition number? So seems to have lost it between the call room and the competition area. You don't see that every day.
Well, it might tell you that there are a couple of nerves here, some nerves acting up here. The youngster didn't feel it fall off at all.
It's only day number 1, and I feel as if we've seen everything, a bit of everything already. He should be wearing 204. I feel like I want to write it on a piece of paper and send it down for him.
That's why we have printers, man.
So we're trying to figure out what's going on there in the 400 meters, but we'll finally get this final underway. Gomes of Anguilla, Lezama, Trinidad and Tobago, Johnson Ross, Barbados, Zion Miller, Bahamas, Marcinia Rose, Jamaica, Austin, Guyana, Tash Marquez White, Jamaica, and Kaden Prasad, Guyana. The 2 Jamaicans are fastest this season, but that has not stopped Malachi Austin in the past. What is going on here? The 2 Jamaicans have stopped. I don't understand what's going on. Down the backstretch they go. Malachi Austin in control. Prasad running brilliantly. So too is Zion Miller. 200 meters to go. Miller is running brilliantly for the Bahamas. And the 2 from Guyana very much there as well. Into the straightaway they come. Zion Miller with a commanding lead. The defending champion well back in second position. Malachi Austin rallies down the stretch. It's Miller and Austin. Austin doesn't get there, and Bahamas have called again.
It is Miller time for Bahamas.
There's a medal for Trinidad and Tobago as well. At the end of one of the most chaotic Carifta races I've ever seen. Well, well, well.
I tell you what, you just said that we saw everything. Now there's a bit more. One of the Jamaican athletes didn't get out of the blocks, barely got out of the blocks. The second athlete just seemed to pull up around the 200-meter mark and stopped running.
Well, Tash Marquez White, first of all, stopped at the start. And then I think Marcinia Rose thought there was a false start. He stopped as well. When he realized everyone else was still going, he kept going. But by 200 meters, he'd lost so much ground that I think he felt it made no sense. This is unbelievable. Yes, there is Marcinia Rose saying, what's happening? Tash Marquez White also in disbelief. The others never had an issue. Zion Miller took it out really hard like he did in qualifying. The fastest in qualifying is the fastest when it matters. Zion Miller of the Bahamas is Carifta Under 20 champion. They win both one-lap events on the boys' side. Wow. Let's put this all together. Miller is the gold medalist, Austin is the silver medalist, Lezama of Trinidad and Tobago is the bronze medalist. Let's focus on those who finished the race and delivered what they needed to.
So, celebration from the Trinidad and Tobago faithful. Sean Lezama going out in the first round in 2024 and has returned to take the bronze medal here in the boys 400 meter under 20 dash. And those that there they are 1 and 2 in one of the most chaotic races we've ever seen, perhaps, well, of today, but maybe in all of the Carifta games.
He qualified on time. Deshaun Lizama, but he brings Trinidad and Tobago their first medal of these Carifta Games. They're dancing on the track. They're dancing in the stands. They're dancing in Nassau, they're dancing in Georgetown, and they're definitely dancing in Port of Spain.
And they're doing it to the music of the Junkanu band, Just Junkanu. They are really adding the soundtrack to this fabulous end to the race.
46.51, a personal best for Zion Miller. He's the gold medalist. Malachi Austin of Guyana follows up gold last year with silver this time around, 46.54. Deshaun Lizama of Trinidad and Tobago gets bronze at 47.43. The two Jamaicans, Taj Marquez White and Mercinia Rose, don't finish. So many questions. The answers are not yet available, but they will be.
And don't forget, before we even got to those two finishers, two athletes who did not finish, we had the athlete who finished in fourth place. Remember, he's running under a protest, as we heard. So a lot of discussion points in this particular race.
This is remarkable.
Boy, is he having fun out there. Look at him.
And why not? Why not? Was brilliant at the trials. 46.79 came in qualifying this morning and ran even faster, 46.64, and returned this evening with a purpose. And now he's the Carifta champion. Let's have a look at the start again to see if we can discern what might have happened. Taj Marquez White of Jamaica is in lane number 7. Let's see what happens here. They are sent on their way. All seems fine there. Marquez White stops. Everyone else keeps running. He turns to his teammate, looks as if something is said, and Mercinia Rose then halts, realizes that the race is still ongoing, decides to continue right here, looks to his right, sees that Zion Miller is still going, so he continues to race. The rest of the field long gone, and by the time he gets to the 200-meter mark, he realizes that he stands no chance in the race and decides to stop as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Something was said to him. He turned to his teammate, heard what he said, and then he turned to the left, and then has a look round. When he realizes the race is going, then he decides to continue, but it was too late.
That it is Miller time. Zion Miller, 46.51 seconds to cup the gold, and Bahamas just erupting after that gold medal performance, because from our standpoint, it was a brilliant race, Zion, but what was it like out there for you?
I mean, it was good. You know, the weather was hot, but I still just came pushing, just drinking my water, my Gatorade, staying focused, staying in the room, because, you know, heats might have been good, but I had a job to complete. And I'm satisfied that I did it, because I haven't run the 200, 2023 nor 2024, and 2022 I came fourth. So to come back and win is a blessing.
It is a blessing. Appropriate. Yes, Zion, all the best for the remainder of the Carifta Games.
Thank you.
Zion Miller, Carifta champion in the under-20 boys 400 meters. Well, Vidya, that's why we run the races. The 1500 final is coming up for the under-17 girls. There the young ladies getting ready, 14 of them listed for this one. Fallon Seriban of Haiti, Damas of Martinique, O'Shea Cummings of Trinidad and Tobago, Kessie and John of St. Vincent of the Grenadines, Octavia Glenn of Guyana, Kristen Fleming of Anguilla, Danique Palmer, Jamaica, Annalisa Brown of Grenada, Cheyenne Lewis of Trinidad and Tobago, Esther McKinnon of Guyana, Annie Logie of Grenada, Kevin Gay Fowler, Jamaica, Rihanna Robinson, Bermuda, and Aisha Wajid of Haiti.
Yeah, quite a field in here. Trinidad and Tobago for the local interests. Cheyenne Lewis, the outstanding netball player in this race, as well as O'Shea Cummings. Those two are among the 4 fastest in this field.
I want you to pay attention to the leader though, Aisha Wajid of Haiti. Such a fantastic talent. She attends DeWitt Clinton High School in the Bronx, New York. Fastest in the field this season at 4 minutes 40.96. She has run 4:44.13 indoors this season as well. And that is not even her personal best, because last season she ran 4:39.25 at the USTA Junior Olympic Championship. And although there's not a lot known about her, she does start as favorite if she's able to deliver on the form that she comes to Port of Spain with.
A bit of jostling there at the front of the pack. One or two of the athletes getting in each other's way. I saw someone's head go flailing to the left there. I think there was a slight collision at the front.
O'Shea Cummings of Trinidad and Tobago in second position at 4:43.41 campaigner, so she has the quality to hang with the Haitian leader at this stage.
O'Shea Cummings was the most outstanding female athlete in 2024 at under 15 level here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Kessie and John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in third position at this stage. Has not run inside 5 minutes, John, but she's holding bronze medal position. 2 laps to go, under 2 laps to go, and the lead still being held by Aisha Wajid of Haiti. Two Jamaicans in the field. Kevin Gay Fowler, last year's 800 under 17 champion, alongside Danique Palmer. They are in third and fourth at this stage. But it's still Wajid and Cummings. Trinidad and Tobago looking for their second medal at these Carifta Games.
And certainly O'Shea Cummings has put herself in a good position to do so. Can she hold on? Can she stay with the Haitian athlete at this point?
Still looks full of running, the top two. Out of shot, Kevin Gay Fowler of Jamaica is in third, ahead of Danique Palmer in fourth position. Down the stretch they come for the penultimate time. Wajid of Haiti. Cummings of Trinidad and Tobago in second. They hear the bell. 400 meters to run.
One of the Jamaicans is pulled up here. There's an injury and she is off the track.
Kevin Gay Fowler has never won a Carifta 1500 medal, and she will not win one in 2025. She's out. Her countrywoman Danique Palmer still in the bronze medal position. But it's Wajid, the favorite of Haiti, who leads Trinidad and Tobago's Cummings. 250 meters to go.
She's still looking very, very strong here, and she's starting to open up a slight gap. It's increased from half a stride to about 2 now, and she is starting to turn on the pressure in Cummings.
The record is special, 4 minutes 32.70 set by Natoya Gould of Jamaica in 2006. Wajid of Haiti still has the lead, but Trinidad and Tobago's O'Shea Cummings is still in with a shot for the gold medal. It's a 2-horse race as they get ready to head down the stretch. Wajid has led from the start. Does she have enough to hold on? Cummings strikes on her outside. Wajid trying to hold strong, but Cummings is inching ahead. It's Cummings and Wajid. Trinidad and Tobago with their first gold medal at Carifta 2025. Port of Spain erupts.
O'Shea Cummings has won the first gold medal, and boy, she shows them her name at the back of her shirt, and they know it, and they will never forget it.
And they I should never forget it. That was tactical brilliance. She stayed with the Haitian all the way. And when it mattered, when it was time, she delivered the telling blow. A nation of red and black cheering her down the stretch. There's your champion. There's Trinidad and Tobago's champion.
Well, she's blowing kisses to the crowd, and they are rising and erupting in joy here. O'Shea Cummings, boy, if she were to run in that general election next week, I'll tell you what, she'll get elected.
That picture will be on the front and back pages of the newspapers across the Twin Island Republic on Sunday morning.
And she's got the dance moves to go with it. Did you see that little bit of jig there?
What a final, what a finish, what a race. O'Shea Cummings is the Carifta Under 17 1500 champion for girls. She is still soaking up the adoration of the fans inside the Hasely Crawford Stadium. She'll never forget this moment. What grit, what heart, what determination to take her home.
And look at this reaction. She turns immediately towards her crowd and towards the coach to tell them, I told you so, and she brought it home.
It's relief, it's belief, it's delight.
Well, she's a very familiar sight on the 5K circuit here on road racing in Trinidad and Tobago, but she's gotten perhaps her biggest honor so far in her young career.
What personality! What personality! She's not only winning the hearts of Trinbagonians, she's winning the hearts of the entire Caribbean. O'Shea Cummings is your under 17 girls 1500 champion, 4 minutes 44.62. Aisha Wajid of Haiti takes silver at 4 minutes 45.20, and Danique Palmer of Jamaica secures bronze at 4 minutes 47.50. Shine Lewis, the outstanding netballer, just outside the medals this time around. She finishes in 4th position.
Well, just a couple of weeks ago, Ricardo, she led Trinidad and Tobago to victory in the Jean Pierre Caribbean Youth Netball Championship. She was the MVP of the tournament, and she was also the highest scorer. So she got the gold medals there, but she finishes outside here. But it was a really good performance. She's only been doing track and field for about 3 years or so.
Yeah, they've sent off the under 17 boys 1500 final as well. I'll run through the field for you. Kenneth Gurley of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Armani Dillon of Trinidad and Tobago, Kaiden Thurston of the Bahamas, Cavell Nooks of Jamaica, Kimori Francis of the US Virgin Islands, Luke Plummer of Jamaica, Christopher Sammy of Trinidad and Tobago, Josiah Matthew of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dean Anthony Easton of Guyana, his teammate Eva Shafir McNeil, Hansley Jacques of Haiti, Najib Kelly of St. Kitts and Nevis, and Cameron Adkins of Bermuda. I think this is a very open one. The under 17 boys 1500 meters, 2 Trinbagonians in the lineup, and they are feeding off the energy of Cummings' win and the excitement of the crowd, and they go to the front. As the athletes come through 400 meters.
Certainly, it's an event that has been wide open over the last 4 years or so. 4 different countries have won the last 4 gold medals in this event.
Josiah Matthew of St. Kitts and Nevis, the early leader. Although he doesn't look too excited to be at the front at this stage. The Trinbagonians in 2nd and 3rd. Armani Dillon holding 2nd position, and Christopher Sammy in 3rd. Sammy approaches on the outside. Tight leading bunch here. This is expected to be a really competitive one. There is no outstanding performer coming in 8 in that leading group, with the Jamaican Nooks just hanging off it in 9th.
Well, the two Trinidadians just hanging behind the leader, and they're blocking off anyone from getting around them. But now we're seeing a little bit of a change here. I believe it's Armani Dillon that has dropped back there. He seemed to be going well in second place, and all of a sudden, like a bowling ball going through the pins, he's just gone straight back. Actually, it might be the leader who's dropped back there.
Yeah, Dillon still leads the way, the Kittishan. Way back now. And now taking over for Trinidad and Tobago is Christopher Sammy. Going with him, Kaiden Thurston of the Bahamas. Also ranging up as well, looks like Francis of the US Virgin Islands. No, it's the Bermudian, Cameron Atkins.
Bit of a surge here from Sammy. He started to turn on the pressure, and he caught his countryman Armani Dillon off guard. Dillon has dropped back into the trailing pack, and these two are starting to separate themselves from the field.
They hear the bell. Trinidad and Tobago looking to go back-to-back in the 1500 finals. They won the under-17 girls final, and Christopher Sammy leads the under-17 boys final. And with 300 meters to go, it doesn't look as if anyone is pulling him back. Cameron Atkins of Bermuda still holds second position. The Bahamian is in third. 200 meters to go for the leader.
Well, Dillon's fighting for that third spot, but he's been left behind at the moment. But Atkins has dropped back significantly here, and Sammy is making this his show.
4:06.90 to win Trinidad and Tobago's Carifta Trials. That was at the Manny Ramjohn Stadium. This is the Hasler Crawford Stadium. This is the real deal. This is the moment. He starts to celebrate, and the crowd erupts again. Back-to-back gold medals for Trinidad and Tobago. Silver for Bermuda. With Atkins, bronze for Luke Plummer of Jamaica. Oh, they're having a ball.
They certainly are. Like a conductor looking at his orchestra, he raised his hands and the volume went up, and he celebrated from 50 meters out, and there he is, Carifta champion.
This is how you should perform at home. No medals in the morning session. They waited for the crowd to get bigger. They waited for more flags to enter the Hasler Crawford Stadium. Head coach Wendell Williams ensuring that he has a big flag draped in red and black. What a performance. Just outside 4:09. It's not a personal best, but it didn't need to be. He'd won that a long way out.
Certainly did. There he is. He's pointing to the stands. Boy, that takes some gumption there. Knew that he was going to win this one. Play it again, Sammy.
Cold.
Yes, it really was a cold finish.
Here we go. Christopher Sammy of Trinidad and Tobago, the Carifta under-17 1500 champion for boys, 4:09.65. Cameron Atkins of Bermuda takes silver at 4 minutes 12.86. And a fast finish from Luke Plummer of Jamaica gets him the bronze at 4 minutes 13.54.
So 3 medals within the space of 3 races for the home fans. And boy, are they having some fun now.
Donald Oliver is going to be busy this afternoon.
It's absolutely electric. And it was started off by this young lady beside me, O'Shea Cummings. Wow, you set the place on fire. This is what you wanted. You achieved it, the gold medal.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. Very proud of myself.
And you really had to persevere during that race, and you said that you were determined to get that gold medal for TNT.
Very much.
Talk to me through the race. What happened for you?
At the start of the race, I saw the girl, like she was pulling away, and those Jamaicans were just like, I don't know if they were trying to block me and let her pull away, but I didn't let that happen. I nearly fell, and I didn't let that stop me either.
What does this mean for you and for Trinidad and Tobago?
It's very exciting. Everybody keeps calling my phone before this race, but they're saying, you know you're going to win gold, you know you're going to win gold. That's just give me more confidence.
Absolutely no pressure. Congratulations again, O'Shea.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Ricardo.
Imagine the number of calls that she will get now after delivering the gold medal. The under 20 girls 1500 meters final coming up. 12 girls in this lineup. Natoya Gould has the record, 4:27.48, set in 2009. There's the lineup. Simmons of Barbados, Missick of Turks and Caicos, Johnson of Jamaica, Eastman of Trinidad and Tobago, Bias of Guyana, Charles of Antigua and Barbuda, Ford of Trinidad and Tobago, Dena Marie Barbie of Curacao, Sydney Rose of Jamaica, Atoya Harvey of Guyana, Amelia Samuel of Grenada, and Erin Barr of the Bahamas. So much to talk about in this 1500 final. The Jamaicans, no gold medals yet on the track in this evening session, and their two athletes take up the leading positions. They would love to change that right here. Sashana Johnson and Sydney Rose. Right in there as well in third position from the Bahamas is Erin Barr, under 17 bronze medalist back in 2023 in the Bahamas. Barr at home, and she is right in the mix at this stage. Also in the field, Kaylee Ford of Trinidad and Tobago, a silver in the under 17 category in Kingston, bronze in the under 20 category last year. Great story, Kaylee Ford, of how she wasn't selected for the Carifta team some years ago. Controversial, but she's persevered through that, and she's had some really good results for her country at the Carifta Games. Loves to run from the middle of the pack before making her move later on. There she is stepping forward, Kaylee Ford, competitor 22 from Trinidad and Tobago, joining the two Jamaicans. Sashana Johnson is the leader, with Sydney Rose in third position, tucked in on the inside. Also in this race, and very dangerous, is Ashlyn Simmons of Barbados, a 4:45.86 performer at her best, under 17 champion in the Bahamas in 2023. And if you give her the opportunity, she can really outrun you over the last lap.
Well, they've come into the straight for the second time here, and it is Kaylee Ford that is just starting to edge ahead of the Jamaicans, and she is starting to get some move in here. Eastman is biding her time in the middle. She's another one of the outstanding young runners in the 5K setup here. She and Eastman have been battling. She and Ford, in fact, have been battling a lot in these races.
Sashana Johnson of Jamaica leads the under 20 girls 1500 final. Kaylee Ford, after 2 bronze medals in her Carifta career, can she finally get the ultimate prize? She's on the outside, competitor 22. Right alongside Johnson, the Jamaican. Sydney Rose, very comfortable. The Jamaican tucked in on the inside. Stepping forward as well for Trinidad and Tobago, Natalia Eastman, a 4:46 performer. She makes a move, and Ford follows suit. The Trinbagonians looking to block the Jamaicans, but Ford just having to hold her position in third. 2 Guyanese in this lineup, including Atoya Harvey, who is a fine talent. Atoya Harvey was brilliant in Kingston a few years ago. 800, 1500, 3000 meters. Is she about to return to the top of the Carifta podium? They're coming up to a lap to go, and 4 in it. 2 Jamaicans, 1 from Trinidad and Tobago, and Atoya Harvey from Guyana.
It's Eastman that has dropped into 5th place. She's out of contention at this point, but the 2 Jamaicans very much in the running here.
Sydney Rose, who is in 2nd position for Jamaica, always has a strong kick. And she steps up on the outside of Johnson, her teammate. The Jamaicans run together 1 and 2. Kaylee Ford is not out of it. Harvey is not out of it. Harvey is dangerous and she's drawing closer. Kaylee Ford is about to be left in 4th position. It might not be a medal on home turf for her. Into the straightaway they come. The expected kick from Sydney Rose comes, and the Jamaican starts to pour it on. Johnson is in 2nd. Harvey is in 3rd. It feels like a long wait for the land of wood and water, but they have their first track gold medal of the 2025 Carifta Games. And it's 1-2 with Johnson coming through in 2nd. She is well under 440, and her stellar season culminates with a Carifta gold medal over 1500 meters. Sydney Rose, Atoya Harvey back on the podium. She wins bronze. .437.95 the winning time for Sydney Rose of Jamaica. Tashana Johnson, her countrywoman, coming through in 2nd position. Atoya Harvey in 3rd. Kaylee Ford gave it all she had for Trinidad and Tobago, but she doesn't win a 3rd Carifta medal.
Yeah, on the backstretch, you started to notice that there was something, her stride pattern changed. I think maybe she tweaked something on the backstretch and just fell away with the last 200 meters to go.
In her first time of trying, Sydney Rose is a Carifta champion, and it's at the under 20 level. Here we go, confirmation. Sydney Rose wins the under 20 girls 1500 meters, 4 minutes 37.95. Sashana Johnson, 4 minutes 40.83, takes silver in a Jamaican 1-2, with Atoya Harvey, 4 minutes 41.61, securing bronze. Kaylee Ford doesn't get a 3rd Carifta medal. She finishes in 4th for Trinidad and Tobago at 4 minutes 47.80 seconds. Donald Oliver has the winner of the under 17 boys 1500 meters.
Christopher Sammy is here with me after winning that event, and he was basically riding the high of what O'Shea did before him. And what a race that was for you.
It really was. I tried my best. I said to Port Ireland, the race was really just me against myself. Everybody fell behind. If I known it would have gone like that, I would have tried to pick it up and run a little harder. But I'm happy with the outcome. I did my best with what I was given, and yeah, it was just me against myself. After I bet everybody just went backwards. It was just me and Amani. Then it was me and that boy from Bermuda, and then it was just me.
And what does this mean, you think, for Trinidad and Tobago? Because they were really celebrating at the end.
I mean, it's great. We're super on the home ground, so hopefully it continues throughout the next 2 days. But I'm happy with how it's going.
Chris, all the best. Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Donald Oliver. And now it's just Ricardo Chambers and Vidya Ramphal.
Oh, what a confident young man. Certainly, that siege mentality really has worked well for him.
And I really do hope that at no point it's just me. Just one race to come in this series of 1500 finals, and it's the under 20 boys final. Maybe the favorite, Asha Patel of Aruba. The record 3 minutes 47.56, set in 2009 by Gavin Nero of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Gavin actually
competitors listed.
Gavin actually won the Austin Seeley Award there, breaking the record that year. An outstanding player. His dad, a stalwart in rugby here in Trinidad and Tobago. Very proud moment for the Nero family.
There's the lineup: Love Joseph of Turks and Caicos, D'Angelo Brown of Grenada, Aiden Cintron of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Anthony Court of Guyana, Joel Morgan, Jamaica, Adriel Mitchell, Grenada, Amari Thompson, Trinidad and Tobago, Jake Smith of Bermuda, Asha Patel of Aruba, Wendell Bade, his countryman, Ross Martin, Bahamas, Darius Harding, Trinidad and Tobago, and Nathan Langley of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Off they go then for the under 20 boys 1500 final. The fastest in the field represents Aruba, attends Cornell University in the United States of America. 3:54.01 at the famous Franklin Field in Philadelphia coming into the Carifta Games. And he is somewhere at the back of the pack early with the Jamaican Joel Morgan, who has gone 3 minutes 56.12 this season. That was done at the Jamaican High School Championships, where he battered the outstanding Kenyan Brian Kiprop. Wasn't able to get the better of him on that day, but got a big personal best, and would love to repeat here in the Carifta Games.
Certainly, this is an event that has been dominated by Jamaica over the last 5 years. All 5 of the last champions to be crowned have come from Jamaica, the last being Kamaria Bygrave back in 2024. And he certainly would have, it was a Jamaica 1-2 last year with Jake Brislin of Bermuda finishing in 3rd place.
Yeah, Kamaria Bygrave had not won a Carifta gold medal before that race. Ended up with the 800, 1500 double in Grenada. Here is the under 20 boys final for 2025. Trinidad and Tobago with 2 in the final. Darius Harding and Omari Thompson. Omari Thompson was a bronze medalist over 5,000 meters last year in Grenada. He was in the 1500 meters as well, has a lot of experience, has a lot of know-how, but it's Darius Harding who has the early lead for Trinidad and Tobago, right alongside the very cool Jamaican Joel Morgan. Just under 2 laps to go, and it's still anybody's race.
Omari Thompson at the moment just back in about 6th place or so, just biding his time within the middle of the pack there. He is certainly one that will challenge for that 5,000 title. He'd love to get a medal here also as he starts to make a move on the outside.
Asha Patel, competitor 99 from Aruba, is also stepping up the pace. He is the favorite, and he strikes the front for the first time. Joel Morgan has the ability to respond though, and he continues about his work. The Jamaican in 2nd position. Now coming through in 3rd for Trinidad and Tobago is Omari Thompson.
He's looking quite comfortably there. He's just behind the Jamaican in a great position here, but he's getting a challenge from the Grenadian athlete just on the outside of him.
2 Grenadians in this final, including D'Angelo Brown, who won 800 silver last year. They hear the bell. Patel with the lead. Joel Morgan of Jamaica there. Aruba, Jamaica, Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago. 4 nations, but only 3 medals. 250 meters to go.
Well, now they're starting to leave Omari Thompson behind. He's going to have to do a lot of work here if he is to get to the front. But it is the Grenadian athlete, D'Angelo Brown, that is struck to the front.
And he has opened up a 3, 4, 5 meter advantage. D'Angelo Brown leads the 1500 on the 20 boys final. The favorite Patel responds. Down the stretch they come. Is this to be Grenada's gold? It is Grenada's gold. Patel well beaten. Gold for Grenada, silver for Aruba, bronze for Jamaica. He goes under 4 minutes. But once again, tactical brilliance. And every single time, these Grenadian athletes make a big move at the same position with 250 to 200 meters to go. D'Angelo Brown did it again. And this time, they could not pull him back.
Great team running there from the Grenadians. Brown and Mitchell, they held their position just around the front all the way through the race. And then at the end of it, it was Brown that really took advantage of that wonderful position just on the shoulder of Brown. And he was just behind the Jamaican athlete also and striking to the front to get the win.
And he had more in the tank, I think. Pumping, but constantly looking around to see where Patel was. And it's Brown who celebrates his first Carifta title.
Well, you can see the pain on the face of Patel as he comes in second place. Great run by Brown. Patel finishing in second place. And those two actually came in as the two fastest. So the seedings have shown up here.
D'Angelo Brown of Grenada, the Carifta champion in the under-20 boys 1500 meters, 3 minutes 58.96. Asher Patel of Aruba, silver at 3 minutes 59.61. Joel Morgan of Jamaica, 4 minutes 01.43. Taking the bronze medal, with Amari Thompson of Trinidad and Tobago finishing in 4th position at 4 minutes 02.80. Let's head to Donald Oliver.
Thanks, Ricardo. I'm with the boys under 20 discus winner Joseph Salmon out of Jamaica, and he's relatively pleased with his performance. It's a bit way off from his personal best, which is in the 60s, just doing 56 meters today, but still must be pleased with the gold medal.
Yeah, I'm really pleased regardless of what happened. So all I have to do now is regroup and move forward. I'm off to Pens, so let's see what I do there.
What's the biggest lesson that you'd have learned from this experience here in Trinidad?
Not to be afraid, regardless of the conditions, still hit it hard, no matter what.
But I'm sure you have a lot of support in Jamaica as well. Watching now, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to all of them. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching me. And just look out for me for Pens and other competitions.
Joseph, congratulations once again, all right?
Yes, thank you.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Outstanding throw, Joseph Salmon, 62.14 meters, which is a fantastic effort, but that makes him only the 9th best Jamaican junior in the history of the sport, and it speaks to the quality the land of Wood and Water has produced in recent years in the discus throw on the boys' side. Celebrations for Grenada. What a wonderful time we had in Grenada last year. It was marvelous. I wish I could go there every year. They have a gold medal here in Port of Spain.
That's a great sight to see there, the fans enjoying themselves. Another big win there for Grenada. And I can tell you why Salmon has competed so well. Did you see how calm he was in that interview? It was almost as though, you know, he just got up.
Let's head back to Donald.
Two young ladies actually from Jamaica. They did first and second in the 1500 meters girls under 20. Cindy Rose beside me, the winner, and Sashana Johnson, who actually finished second in the race. Cindy, I knew that the Jamaicans would have been under pressure, especially in this atmosphere, but I realized that both of you guys really pushed each other to cup first and second in the end.
Yes, sir.
What was the race like for you out there?
We just got their confidence to win first and second.
Sushana, talk to me about how it felt out there running and competing.
It felt difficult, but I still managed to push through anyways.
Are you pleased with your silver medal?
Yes, because it's my first Carifta Games, and next year I will definitely do better.
Gold medal must be special for you, Cindy.
Yes, sir.
What do you take away from these Carifta Games?
Take gold medal because it's my last year competing for Jamaica.
Well, at this level.
Yes, sir. At this level.
All right, thank you very much, young ladies, and all the best for the future.
Yes, sir.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Day one of the 52nd Carifta Games in track and field from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We're at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Ricardo Chambers alongside Vidya Ramphel. Donald Oliver in the heat downstairs.
Great shot there of downtown Port of Spain. The Port of Spain skyline away to your right, and you could just glimpse the Queen's Park Savannah just at the top.
Special Olympic girls 100 meters. Six athletes listed for this one. Rose Smith, Tershana Tempro, Melissa Nanan, Latoya Charles, Jamila Gardner, and Felicia Montague. They're on their marks and sent on their way in the Special Olympics 100 meters. Latoya Charles stepping high, stepping strong, stepping away, and she comes through to win massively. But as I always say, they're all winners in this race. Latoya Charles crosses the line first.
And Melissa Lannon certainly enjoyed that silver medal. Big smile on her face as she enjoys that.
But actually it's 5:33 Melissa Lannon who crossed the line first to take the win out of lane number 4. Had a few non-starters in that as well. No, it's not Lannon. Lannon was second, so I was correct. Yes, of course, it was Latoya Charles who got the win. Here's another look at her. Oh, beautiful form. Nice high knees. Arms pumping forward and back. Staying tall.
And there comes the smile. She knows gold medal coming her way.
Executing her breathing well as well throughout the race. Next one up, the Special Olympic 100 meters for boys. Ezekiel Sylvan, Edwin Baird, Antonio Sorzano, Tyreek Baldeo, Justin Providence, Nathan McLean, Tyrese Daniel, and Donald Doyle.
Looks like
the competitors listed for this one.
Looks like Doyle and Baldeo are not going to be competing in this one. I'm seeing empty spaces in those lanes.
Lanes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 there. Off they go. Justin Providence, but on the inside to Ezekiel Sylvan. .534, Justin Providence. Or was it on the inside, Ezekiel Sylvan from lane number 1?
Yeah, Ezekiel Sylvan actually started very well and was in control of the race for a long time, but Providence, I think, may have actually taken it coming out of lane number 5. And posing there, that's OC the Ocelot, the official mascot of the games. And all of the athletes who receive medals also get a small figurine of OC with their prizes.
Let's take a closer look. Sylvan on the inside in lane number 1, Providence in lane number 5. Providence with a slight advantage here, and yes, holding on comfortably to take the win ahead of Ezekiel Sylvan from lane number 1. They all celebrate together. Let's head back to Donald.
Thanks, Ricardo. I'm here with D'Angelo Brown from Grenada, celebrating a gold medal, the Grenadians, and what a run it was in the under-20 boys, under-20. Yeah, I said it twice, just for you to understand. Talk to me through the race.
So I just wanted to get a good spot out, take second place, and make first place take all the wins so I can drive behind. And then when that bell hits and that 300 meter mark comes, just to take control and use everything I have left in the tank.
What an atmosphere to perform in, though. How did you feel out there?
It felt great. I felt really smooth and in control when I finished the last 100. And it was a great atmosphere just to hear like everyone yelling. It was amazing.
And I'm sure you have a lot of support back home in Grenada.
Yeah.
They're watching. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to come here and represent your country. And I'm just really glad I can make it.
D'Angelo Brown out of Grenada, the boys under-20 winner in the 1500 meters. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's time for a commercial break here as the action picks up at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, but we're going to pause for a moment, but we'll be back with so much more after this. Please stay with us.
medalists in the under-17 girls 400 meters. Kezra Thomas of the Bahamas getting her silver medal. Back-to-back years a silver medalist. Deschanel Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis, a bronze medalist in this under-17 category, 2 years after her first. Third, fourth, and third in the category. And the winner, Tyra Fenton of Antigua and Barbuda, a personal best, 53.93, to take the gold medal. What a finish it was. But Fenton had in reserve what she needed to win it, going away in the last 20.
And that race really set up the afternoon's program, because that was the first race of the afternoon. It was very, very exciting and really got the crowd stoked. After that, then the medals started to come in for the home team. I think that fans will go away. We still have a lot to go, of course, to see here, but fans will go away with a really good feeling, especially if you wear the red, white, and black coming into these stands here. But that race, the girls on the 17 400-meter dash, that really was the catalyst to set up a wonderful afternoon.
Under 20 girls 400 meters now. Abrina Wright of Jamaica taking the bronze medal. The top three here all under 54 seconds. Kadia Rock produced a personal best in qualifying, 53.45, just outside of that in the final, but it mattered not. She has her silver medal for Barbados. And the champion, again, 3 in a row at the Carifta Games, won the under-17 title in the Bahamas, followed by the under-20 title last year, and she defends emphatically this time around. Tiana Springer is the Carifta under-20 girls 400 champion. Might be back for the mixed 4x4 later on.
Definitely she is. Kyron Surratt of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago presenting the medals to the young athletes, one of the outstanding young administrators here in Trinidad and Tobago sport. Medals for the boys under 17 dash now. And that was another exciting race indeed. And the Bahamian in the center, boy, was he lapping up everything that happened here today.
Medal ceremony now for the under 20 boys 400 meters. I think this one is. Or is this the under? This is the under 20 400 meters presentation ceremony. The winner there, Zion Miller. What a chaotic race this was. We're still not sure what happened with the two Jamaicans. Taj Marquez Waitu stopped, seemed to have a word with his teammate who eased up, then tried to continue running, then was too far out of it, then stopped. I'm sure we'll find out.
Yeah, that certainly has to be one of the most controversial races. I'm sure it'll be discussed for many, many years to come, exactly what happened there, because both of those two young men who dropped out of the race, both of them would have been expected to be on the medal podium today.
Lezama qualified as a... There was a time they used to say fastest loser. But in no way, shape or form is he that. No automatic into the final. Now he has the bronze medal in front of his home crowd.
First medal for Trinidad and Tobago in the games, and he certainly set up a sequence of 3 medals in a row for TNT. There is Guyana's Malachi Austin finishing in second place here. Good run from him, but irresistible was this man, Bahamas' Zion Miller to get the win.
Personal best at the trials, personal best in qualifying, personal best in the final, dethroning the Guyanese.
Just to mention that assisting with the presentation in these games are the girl guides of Trinidad and Tobago. One of them just seeing at the back there. They've been doing a lot of training in the days leading up to this event, and a very, very important aspect of the games, the work of the volunteers and organizations such as these. What a sight that is.
The 100 finals still to come. That's the picture that will take us there.
Western Peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago. That's the Chaguaramas area. And just beyond that would be Venezuela. Those islands you're seeing to the left, those would be the down the islands, as they say in Trinidad and Tobago. If you are desirous of some outstanding fishing, that's where you need to go. In fact, the American president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, left the U.S. 4 times to come here to fish back in the 1930s and 40s. And if there were one place outside of Maracas I'd recommend, Ricardo, that you go and visit, it would be Chaguaramas, and you can see why.
Pretty sure I'll get to see it before I leave. Medalists for the under-17 boys 400 meters. Egan Neely, the champion, didn't get the record. Took it easy in qualifying, finished second in his heat. Got lane 8 in the final. Zachary Wall of Barbados produced a fabulous last 50 to secure the bronze medal. Already on course to do much better than they did a year ago, Barbados. They might not get to the 40 that the president spoke about, but they look good so far. Dwayne Sharp of Jamaica takes silver. Rich reward for a fine season for him. And the champion, the bronze medalist last year, becomes the gold medalist, Egan Neely of the Bahamas. President of Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association, Garth Gale, presenting the medals.
Well, up to this point, Bahamas have been the outstanding country in these games. They have been racking up the gold medals here today. They will take some beating, but of course the 100 meters, which you'd find that the Jamaicans tend to dominate, well, those are coming up in a little bit. Come on, guys, smile a little bit. You've won medals.
Five events on the opening day of the decathlon. the shot put, one of them. They started with the 100 meters. Followed by the shot put. There's the high jump on this opening day as well. The 400 meters will close day number 1. And they also had the long jump earlier today.
It's Tyreek Vincent, his effort for Trinidad and Tobago, close to the 50-meter mark. Here is the octathlon long jump now, and Bahamas certainly making their presence felt in this event.
Yeah, Christophe Monroe, 6.35 meters, his best in that competition, finished 3rd. Shaim Philip of Grenada, 6:41, 2nd best performer. And Amari Brown of Trinidad and Tobago, the leader after the 100 meters, extending his advantage after the long jump with this fantastic effort of 6.82 meters. 8 events in the octathlon, 4 on today's opening day.
Confident young man he is, and well deserved in terms of his lead. That yeah, the confirmation of the results, 6.82 meters for Omari Brown.
Philip 6:41, Monroe 6:35, Kevon Grant of Jamaica 6:14. Javelin throw final for under 20 girls. Angelique Curiel of Curacao taking the bronze medal with a best effort of 40.08 meters. That came in the final round. The lefty, Diore Scott, on the 17 champion and record holder, stepping up to the under 20 category. 45.61 she delivered, but she had to settle for silver because Tasha Stubbs, her teammate, with a 50.03 meter effort to take the gold. 1-2 Bahamas, with Curacao getting bronze.
Yeah, the Bahamas very, very strong in the javelin event, and once again converting that strength into medals here.
1-2 for the Bahamas, with Stubbs and Scott Curiel in 3rd. Donata of Curacao in 4th at 39.56. Leon Joseph of Guyana rounding out that top 8 with 32.91 meters. The 100 finals coming up here on the opening day of the Carifta Games at the Here's the Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain. And we will close the show with the with a mixed 4x4. Qualifying in the 100 meters happened earlier today. Unlike previous years, just 2 rounds of the 100 meters, semi-finals in the morning as opposed to a first round heat followed by a semi-final to start the evening session, and then the final. Made qualification pretty tough, especially in the boys divisions, where you had 4 heats and only the winners automatically advancing. But eventually all the big guns made it through to the finals. Certainly in the under 17 boys event. In the girls under 20, pretty much the same. The Jamaican Sabrina Dockery winning the first semi-final. Her teammate Shanoya Douglas taking semi-final 2. And then Sanaya Frederick just edged out by Hinkson in semi-final 3. The boys 100 followed. This will be quite a final, I think. Very, very open. Chinapu Kadim false started, was disqualified even though he was allowed to run. Saunders of St. Vincent and the Grenadines silencing someone, I'm not sure who. Time for the final of the under 17 girls 100 meters. There's the lineup. Therese Forbes of the Bahamas, Shane Smith, Jamaica, Michaela Grandison, Trinidad and Tobago, JD Emmanuel, St. Lucia, Brian Ward of the Bahamas, Adora Campbell, Jamaica, Kenesha Richards, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Mackenzie Crabb of the British Virgin Islands. The favorite is Adora Campbell of Jamaica, fastest in the field at 11.52 seconds, silver medalist last year, looked very good in qualifying. Can she update that silver to gold? JD Manuel of St. Lucia looked brilliant in qualifying, as well as did Brian Ward of the Bahamas. Off they go. Great start for Campbell and Emmanuel of St. Lucia. JD Emmanuel of St. Lucia with the lead. Campbell can't pull her back. The St. Lucian strikes gold. JD Emmanuel with a stunning performance. She looked brilliant in qualifying. And St. Lucia has another sprint star. It's JD Emmanuel.
Oh, wonderful stuff from there. Maybe unheralded coming into this one, but she's converted a great performance earlier today into a gold medal, and that is one for St. Lucia, 11.50. Congratulations to JD Manuel.
It is a personal best, and the St. Lucian fans are jumping and dancing in Port of Spain. Here's another look at it. Terrific start. Got away from the rest of the field. Campbell chased, but she couldn't pull her back. Brian Ward, the Bahamian, came on well to get bronze. St. Lucia, Jamaica, Bahamas, in that order. There's confirmation, positive 0.2 meters per second, the wind speed. JD Emmanuel with a personal best 11.50, told you about her this morning. Adora Campbell of Jamaica repeats as a silver medalist, 11.67. Brian Ward of the Bahamas takes bronze, 11.78, with the Jamaican Cheyenne Smith in fourth.
Well, what a wonderful start to the 100-meter races here, and that was, many would have expected that Campbell would have put in the showing and taken it here, but what a run from the St. Lucian Emmanuel to take the gold medal here.
Under 17 girls 100 final out the way. JD Emmanuel improves her personal best from 11.66 to 11.50 and becomes Carifta champion. Said it this morning, I'll say it again. No Naomi London, no problem. They have another champion. London double silver 2 years ago in the Bahamas. Here's another look at it. Would have been among the favorites for the under-20 title, but withdrew early this week. JD Emmanuel turns up here in the under-17 category and produces a fantastic performance to win the gold medal. What an effort. And this is what one champion can do. Julian Alfred has led the way, became Olympic champion, world indoor champion at 60 last year, and even before that, just her performances on the NCAA circuit would have motivated a nation, would have motivated young girls across St. Lucia who dare to dream, who dare to be on the flashiest of stages representing their country. The under 17 boys 100 final is coming up. Jaden Collins of Jamaica, Jamal Deloach of Bahamas, Michael Graham of Jamaica, Alexi Prasad of Trinidad and Tobago looked really nippy in qualifying. How much does he have for this final? Ezekiel Millington of Guyana, the fastest in qualifying at 10.73. Tiandre Frett won the BVI's owned the medal in Grenada last year at 200 meters. He won his semi-final, looking to add a 100 medal this time around. Ricardo Mann has seen his countrymate win the under-17 category in the girls event. He'll go in lane 7, second fastest in qualifying at 10:74, with Cameron Henfield of the Bahamas, who is also doing the octathlon, in lane number 8. I tell you who the favorite is, but it's not seeming to matter on this Saturday evening. Let's get to Donald Oliver.
Thanks, Ricardo. JD Emmanuel is here with me from St. Lucia. She clocked 11.50 seconds, as you said, Ricardo, a personal best. How did it feel out there to clock your PB?
Well, I feel very, very happy about doing a new personal best. I was very excited, and I never believed that I would have 11.5.00.
Well, I know that St. Lucia has been on a high in track and field, especially with what Julian Alfred did over the course of the Olympics last time out. But as far as winning this gold medal for St. Lucia, what do you think the nation feels right now?
Well, they feel happy about me. They may be excited.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Congratulations again, JD, and all the best for the future.
A nation inspired. That's St. Lucia. Under 17 100 final for boys. 10:34 is the Carifta record set in 2007 by Dexter Lee of Jamaica. There's the lineup. Jaden Collins in lane 1, Jamaica. Jamal Delos Jr. of Bahamas in 2. Michael Graham, Jamaica in 3. Alex C. Prasad, Trinidad and Tobago in 4. Ezekiel Millington of Guyana in 5. DeAndre Frett, British Virgin Islands in 6. Ricardo Mann of St. Lucia in 7. Cameron Henfield of the Bahamas in lane number 8.
Lights have taken effect here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. They came on about 10 minutes ago and already showing up here. It tends to get very dark quickly just after that 6:05 period. Just about time to illuminate these young athletes.
One of these boys will write their own bit of history. Jaden Collins, the second fastest in the field at 10.51 seconds, but looked well below his best in qualifying at 10.93. Jamal Delos Jr. of the Bahamas, 10.79, was only third in his semi-final, but that was good enough to get him into the final. There's Michael Graham, the fastest in the field at 10.44. He goes in lane number 3 for Jamaica, won his semi-final at 10.89. Alex C. Prasad of Trinidad and Tobago goes in lane number 4, looked very nippy in qualifying. Millington of Guyana, the fastest in qualifying in 5 at 10.73. Fred of the BVI in 6 at 10.78 in qualifying. He won his semi-final. Ricardo Mann, St. Lucia, was the second fastest in qualifying at 10.74. And on the outside, Cameron Henfield of the Bahamas. Off they go. Mann pulls up. Graham of Jamaica in front. Chased by Fred of the British Virgin Islands. Graham, Fred and Collins gets runs on the inside. Michael Graham completes a stunning season with Carifta under 17 gold. DeAndre Fred, the BVI's lone Carifta medalist last year, runs brilliantly to capture silver. And Jaden Collins puts behind him the disappointing qualifying run this morning to snatch the bronze and get a 1-3 for Jamaica.
Yes, as he was expected to dominate, and he's come here and he's converted the gold medal to Jamaica. Michael Graham is the newest star out of Jamaica in the 100 meters and lapping up the applause here. We expected to see that the athletes from Jamaica would dominate, and this is exactly what's going to be happening here. And at this point in the race, just about halfway through, he's starting to pull ahead here. Everyone is struggling to catch up with him and pulled ahead. Now, it was a good run for second place. He was catching up on Graham, but not enough in the tank.
They're in a great mood, and why not? It's a party, as you would expect in this land. Everything is a party.
There's no excuse for not having a party.
Michael Graham, the champion. DeAndre Frett looks a little bit disappointed. Gets silver for the British Virgin Islands. Jaden Collins salvages his campaign with bronze. The Jamaicans have not been as dominant today as they are accustomed to at the Carifta Games. But that's always a good thing. It tells you that the rest of the region is catching up and they understand what this thing is about, and they are delivering. The Under-20 Girls 100 final coming up. You just saw Giolina Dowdy, last year's bronze medalist. The Frederick twins in the lineup. Soleil and Sanaya. There is the defending champion, Sabrina Dockery of Jamaica. She will start in lane number 3. Shania Douglas, the second Jamaican World Under-20 bronze medalist at 200 meters. That's her best event, but she's a force at 100 as well. Athalia Hinkson, the Under-17 100 champion from last year for Guyana, will start in 5. Shatalia Dorset of the Bahamas, Under-17 silver medalist a few years ago. There is Soleil Frederick, the second of the twins in this field, and Soraya Doreska of Haiti will complete the lineup in lane number 8.
Really competitive field here. Of course, Dockery is the favorite to take this one, but the Turbo twins out of Trinidad and Tobago may have something to say about that. And also Shania Douglas in there for the challenge. So very much shaping up as TNT versus Jamaica in this one. But don't forget, Hinkson will also have something to say about that.
What a lineup. Sabrina Dockery is the favorite out of Jamaica, the defending champion. 11:08, second fastest woman in the world this year coming into the Carifta Games. Can she deliver in this final? Has raced brilliantly with Shania Douglas all season at 100 meters. She's consistently gotten the better of her. Final of the Under-20 Girls 100 meters coming up. Let's head to Donald Oliver quickly.
Michael Graham is with me on set after winning gold in the 100 meters Under-17, and that must have been such a great feeling for you.
Yes, it was actually, because this time I actually executed the race properly. In the semi-finals, I don't know what happened. I slept, but I still came back, just went through the race. But in the finals, I executed properly. Just want to thank Jamaica and the team and the coaches, because without them, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm sure our nation is proud of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Ricardo.
Michael Graham, proud representative of his Excelsior High School back home. Well spoken, very well spoken.
Very analytical also. Talked about how he would have just flubbed his lines in that opening race, but got things corrected to come across and take the gold medal.
Juliana Downey goes in lane number 1 for Antigua and Barbuda, the bronze medalist last year. Sanaya Frederick, 200 champion 2 years ago. That is Sabrina Dockery in lane number 3, the defending champion. Shanoya Douglas in 4, the world under 2200 bronze medalist. Athilia Hinkson from Guyana, under 17 champion last year. Dorset of the Bahamas, a former under 17 silver medalist. Soleil Frederick, last year's 200 silver medalist for Trinidad and Tobago. And Doreska of Haiti rounding out the field in lane number 8. Final of the under 20 girls 100 meters. Dowdy, Frederick, Dockery, Douglas, Hinkson, Dorset, Frederick and Doreska. Pump of the fist from these two Jamaican rivals. They know that in this one they are one. Another issue at the start.
Well, I think it was more about the cheering. What had happened was one of the athletes, I believe a St. Lucian athlete, went over on the pole vault, and it was a spectacular jump, and the crowd erupted, and that's what has caused a slight delay, just to allow the athletes to concentrate here.
The card, green. All safe. And we go again. Who is the fastest girl in the Carifta region? We are about to find out. Dockery holds the title. Can she defend? Oh, I think Dockery has gone too early there. It's all happening. The favorite, the defending champion, looks distraught. And the decision hasn't even been made yet.
I think she knows.
She false started over 200 meters in the Bahamas. That was 2 years ago. The defending champion is out. The drama continues.
What a turn of events this is. Anticipating the gun and just trying to go that little bit to go on the B of the bang rather than the G. And she's fallen afoul of the law here. She is crushed.
Just never seems settled. The favorite is gone.
That is absolutely massive for this race. How will that change the psychology of all of the others in this one?
When Sanaya Frederick won the 200 meters 2 years ago, Dockery was among the false starters. Clean break this time. Soleil Frederick got away well, so did Sanaya Frederick. Shanoya Douglas is pouring through the field, the Jamaican. Shanoya Douglas, Dowdy on the inside, snatches silver. And Dorset, I think, got bronze. It is still Jamaica's gold. Dockery false starts, but Douglas gets the job done. And the world under 2200 bronze medalist says she's the best in the Carifta region at 100 meters.
She is lapping it up. She's accepting the applause. Yes, she wants some more volume, and she's gonna get it. Celebration here for Douglas, gold medalist for Jamaica.
And for some reason, this is starting to feel like a battle. Slow out of the blocks as usual, Shanoya Douglas. Gialina Dowdy in lane number 1 got a brilliant start for Antigua and Barbuda. The bronze medalist from last year holding strong through 70-80. But the power and the strength of Shanoya Douglas pouring through to win. And
Great
it's not
win
the
for her.
Jamaican that many expected, but it is a Jamaican atop the podium in the under-20 girls 100 meters.
I think the celebration may have had a lot to do with a lot of the attention has gone to Dockery coming into this race, and really maybe some would have seen Douglas as getting on the podium but not necessarily the gold, and she has gone and gotten the gold medal in front of this man, Keyshawn Walcott, the former Olympic, the gold medalist out of for the javelin, a former champion from 2012 for Trinidad and Tobago. I tell you what, when she came out, when she was introduced, she came out and she pointed to her name as if to suggest, I am out here and I am here to win. And she's still beating her chest to show, yep, I came, I saw, and I conquered.
Looks like a response to something. I don't know what. Maybe Donald Oliver will find out in a little while. Awaiting confirmation of the final results in the under-20 girls 100 meters. Well, what a day, what a night here in Port of Spain.
It has been incident-packed all the way through, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen a Carifta day quite like this one.
Well, it's all happened here. Now we're seeing the boys for the 100-meter dash. Jen Jackson of the British Virgin Islands and Antonio Powell of Jamaica already out. Ethan Sam of Grenada. And now we're going to see Elan Bizantzin of the Guadeloupe making his way out. Lane number 5 from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jamar Saunders coming in with 10.53 into this final. Jamal Stevenson, who came in as a replacement, but has found his way into the finals, one of the fastest times. And the home favorite, Dylan Woodruff, gets the applause of all as he makes his way out, Ricardo. And finally, Aidan Kelly of the Bahamas is the last man out. He is in lane number 8.
Penultimate event on the opening day of the Carifta Games in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Donald Oliver, let's head to him.
I'm here with Shanoya Douglas, the winner of the under-20 girls 100 meters. The reaction at the end said a lot, but a lot of people wouldn't understand that reaction. Why that reaction?
Well, today we have Jamaica being at the top, right? And I think me getting the goal and my previous teammate getting a goal, I think this reaction should be a motivation, showing that our fans in the stands are waiting on us to show up and show why our name is Jamaican, so we can put some respect for our name.
Mic drop. Back to you, Ricardo.
Well, I don't know which one is taking the gold medal, the comments from Kadim Chinapu last year, or those comments from Shanoya Douglas.
The mic is firmly in the hand of Ricardo at this time. I tell you what, earlier today, because of the fact that Jamaica hadn't won a gold medal in the earlier session, there was that feeling that maybe they were underachieving on the day, but certainly in the latter part of the opening day of these Carifta Games, Jamaica have really come to the fore.
Well, it's the Carifta Games. It's not Jamaica's games. Final of the under-20 boys 100 meters coming up, and what a final this is. This is as open a 100 under-20 final as I've seen in a while. Yes, we've had some high quality finals in the last few years, but I can't even begin to hazard a guess as to who will win this one. On the inside, Jaden Jackson of the British Virgin Islands, 10.65 in qualifying. Antonio Powell of Jamaica, 10.59 in qualifying. Etham Sam won his semi-final at 10.70. Looked very, very cool, the double sprint medalist at the under-17 level 2 years ago. This man, I thought, looked the best of them all. Lan Bizasine of Guadeloupe, 10.43 in qualifying. Jamar Saunders of St. Vincent and the Grenadines won his semi-final, as did Jamal Stevenson of Jamaica. Stevenson looked very, very easy. Dylan Woodruff qualified as a non-automatic entry into this championship race, but I wouldn't bet against him getting a medal or even winning it. Aiden Kelly of the Bahamas closes out the field in lane number 8.
Just a moment of prayer for Dylan Woodruff as he readies himself to compete here. He's won a couple of titles in the 100 meters over the last couple of seasons and has really given himself a huge name in Trinidad and Tobago. Many see him as one of the greats of the future.
It's all about having the ability to hold your nerve. I think this race has that look about it. Last year I expected it to be competitive with a number of standouts, 3 or 4 of them maybe, and Devontae Howell, the Caymanian, absolutely blew the field away, and I thought should have gotten Johan Blake's record had he not eased up with about 10 meters to go. So was the comfort level. Ran 10.15 to defend his title. This year we'll have a new champion, but it's so difficult to even begin to figure out who that champion will be. And I'm just realizing, by the way, that Jamar Saunders of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not there. So we are down to 7. So we're getting word that Jamar Saunders of St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually cut his finger, and they are giving him a minute or so to get it sorted out before the race.
Yeah.
Boy, we've seen it.
I think it was in adjusting the blocks more likely. That's where he would have cut himself. Because I do remember seeing him doing a practice run and then all of a sudden he disappeared. So, and just a few moments ago we had a hold up in one of the races earlier, and that was because the record, the Carifta record in the pole vault was broken. It has been broken twice actually. So 2 have gone over it, and that was the reason for that hold up.
Relatively new event, the pole vault at the Carifta Games on the girls' side, only in its 3rd year. Tension rising for the final of the under-20 boys 100 meters.
Well, Nia Jules and Nia Jules of St. Lucia and Jade Ferguson of Bahamas both went over the record for the pole vault, 2.90. They broke that barrier by going over 3 meters, but St. Lucia's Nia Jules unable to do so. Here's Jade Ferguson, and this was her record-breaking attempt. Didn't that feel good? Look at the celebration. That was the moment when the applause went up, and the race, the 100-meter race, the final, was held up.
No shortage of drama on this opening day of the Carifta Games.
It's all happening. Have you ever seen somebody gotten their finger cut and the race held up as a result? Never seen that happen.
Well, there are a lot of things I've seen today that I've not seen before, especially at a track and field championship. But it's part of the spectacle. It is part of what makes competition what it is. You can make all the predictions in the world, but at the end of the day, it's all about what happens on the day.
I know you've done a lot of cricket, and cricket is usually called the game of glorious uncertainties. I tell you what, today has taken that title over.
It certainly has. There is Saunders now, apologies, making his way to the start area. Won his semi-final. Produced a silencing act at the end of it. Under 20 boys 100 final, Johan Blake of Jamaica has the game's record, 10.11 in 2007. Saunders gets an opportunity to do a block start ahead of this final. There he is, Nokia Davis. He would have been among the favorites for this title.
Left hand, I think it was, that was cut. And I'm still seeing some blood, actually. If I'm not mistaken, I saw some blood on the middle finger of his left hand.
And I wonder if it's when he did the start just now. And I just wonder how this will impact him.
Well, in fact, it is. It's bleeding freely right now. And he's just shaking his hand just to get the drops of blood off the top of his fingers. I'm surprised that no plaster was actually put on it.
This is it. The under 20 boys 100 final. Jackson, Powell, Sam, Bizzacine, Saunders, Stevenson, Woodruff and Kelly. Off they go. Jamal Stevenson of Jamaica got away brilliantly. Ethan Sam is running well. Bizzacine, Woodruff is coming forward. Stevenson has them beat. Redemption for Jamal Stevenson. The little boy from Waterhouse. No need for an apology tonight. He's the Carifta Games champion.
What a run and what a story for Stevenson. Wasn't part of the original plan for the 100 meter. He is the plan now. He's not moving the needle, he is the needle.
Didn't get an opportunity to show what he can deliver at the Jamaican High School Championships. Retroactively disqualified for a false start after his 10:38 semi-final run. Was reinstated, but the race had already been contested and he was not allowed to compete. He was given his time of 10:38. Won at the Grand Slam meet 1 week later, got on the team after the two ahead of him at the trials. One injured and the other decided not to compete, and now Jamal Stevenson is Carifta champion. Well, if there ever has been a story of redemption, this is it.
Really bad start here for Dylan Woodruff, and he has done extremely well to come back and get a medal. But look at Stevenson go. Wow, at this point he knows that he has it under control. The smile is on his face. Woodruff is coming, but just couldn't come enough.
Ethan Sam of Grenada got the bronze medal. I remember in 2017 I was on commentary with the late Hubert Lawrence. Usain Bolt had won his final race in Kingston, and Hubert said to me, there are times when times don't matter. Hubert, wherever you are, this is one of those times. 10:24 into a negative 1.4 meters per second wind. It is not just a gold medal, it is a stunning performance and a massive personal best. Dylan Woodruff of Trinidad and Tobago gets a personal best as well, 10.30. Ethan Sam the same, 10:41, bronze for Grenada.
And the very, very impressive Bizzacine of Waterloo finishes in 4th place. He was really good earlier, but he was denied really by a superb run by Woodruff. Woodruff was actually the last one to get out of the blocks, and unfortunate for this young man, had to pull up with an injury. And that is, I believe that is Saunders, in fact, who's come off a cut on his hand earlier, and he leaves in a wheelchair with real disappointment on his shoulders.
What a day. What a day. And it's not even done yet. Jamal Stevenson with a terrific start. Woodruff of Trinidad and Tobago got a terrible start. He was lost away. Stevenson put the entire field under pressure and very few could respond. And by the time Woodruff started to gain, the Jamaican had done enough to hold on for the gold medal in a stunning performance. 10:24 is a massive personal best.
Brilliant stuff for him. He even had time to look across to his left. And Woodruff really deserves a lot of credit here for holding on to get second, because within the first 20 meters or so, he was in 7th place and came up to get silver. Brilliant stuff from him.
He'll be very dangerous on the anchor leg of the 4x100 again, Dylan Woodruff, when he doesn't have to come out of the blocks.
So we're heading back to the girls' pole vault open, and the St. Lucian athlete Nia Jules, who we saw just a few minutes ago miss her first attempt at 3 meters, she's now cleared it. So she and Jade Ferguson, they are battling it away here. Both of them have surpassed the previous record, which is also held by Jules, by the way, of 2.90 meters. She's broken her own record and may have to do it again to win the gold medal. Oh, wow. She's over. Jude Ferguson. And look at the celebration from the young lady here. She's gone over the bar. And now it's up to you, Nia Jules, the former record holder. She has to match that effort. Well, she hasn't. Just in the background, you'll see there, she just clipped the bar. So she will have another couple of attempts to keep the pace here with Bahamas' Jade Ferguson. And there was the clearance at 3 meters. And that was the record holder, Nia Jules, clearing 3 meters there. And after that, the Bahamian Jade Ferguson breaking the Carifta record again. It was only about 20 minutes old. And she has gone on to 3:05. 3:05, the new record for Jade Ferguson. So what a battle it is between these two. Let's send it over to Donald, who has Stevenson, the Carifta gold medalist, with him.
Yep, Jamal Stevenson from Jamaica here with me. His previous best was 10.38 seconds. He just did 10.24 in a negative headwind. It was an incredible performance. How did you feel out there?
I feel very grateful, you know. I give all the glory to God, you know, and thank my mother and my support system, my family, yeah.
And that support system really had to be there for you when you're going through the downtimes back in Jamaica. The disqualification, you just went through a lot this year, but this must feel good.
It's a learning curve, you know. The strongest soldier get the strongest fight. I just came out here, have fun and do my best.
What was it like performing out there in this atmosphere?
Great. A little bit nervous, but I got to keep the main thing.
That's very good. What do you take away from these Carifta games?
It's a good experience, you know, and I'm glad God gave me this opportunity to come out here and to showcase my talent and make a name for myself.
Speak to your supporters.
Mommy, thank you so much, Mommy. You know, I love you, and all my family, my friends, my supporters, I thank you.
Yep, Jamal Stevenson, your 100-meter champion, the boys under 20. Back to you, Ricardo.
Jamal Stevenson, the Carifta under 20 champion, 10.24 into a negative wind. What a sensational performance. The pole vault in progress. Video, you know, life can be so interesting sometimes. Last year, Nia Jules tied for the gold medal with a Bahamian, Anaya Roll. In that field as well was Jade Ferguson, who did not clear a height. And now, she's the Bahamian challenging the defending champion and exchanging the record.
And she has a leg up on her also because she's cleared 3:05 and she's thrown the gauntlet down to Nia Jules.
Let's head back to Donald Oliver, who has Dylan Woodruff.
So Dylan Woodruff didn't have the best of starts, to say the least. Ended up coming second behind Jamal Stevenson. What happened at the start of the race?
They, in the semis, with a slightly louder gun, and they changed to a different gun. So, I mean, I wasn't accustomed to the gun they use now, but, I mean, I can't really use that as an excuse too much. I mean, it was just a poor start by my part, but, I mean, at the end, I still did my job.
Yeah, you had to recover really well. What was the remainder of the race like?
Well, from growing up, I always had a kind of shaky start, so I always knew that I have to run my own race, and I always know that once I run my own race, I'll do well, so I didn't get scared or anything. I knew once I run my own race and not think of time too much, I'll do my best ability.
And the atmosphere here must
amazing.
Yeah, brilliant. What was it like running out there?
Running in the home territory is the greatest feeling ever, I would say. Looking up in the crowd, and I know almost the whole crowd. It's crazy.
Speak to your supporters.
I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank my mom, my family, my dad, my sister Sophie, my twin sister, my sisters Ari, Emma, my brother-in-law Matthew. I'd like to thank my coach, all my different coaches, Coach Kelvin Nanku, Coach Aaron, Coach Dwight, and everyone.
I'd like to thank everybody.
Everyone.
Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
That's a big family.
It certainly is. And he mentioned his coach, Kelvin Nanku, in there. And Kelvin Nanku talked about his composure, and it certainly showed in that silver medal finish.
Medal ceremony for the under 17 girls, 1500 meters. Always feels like a mad rush in the first evening session of the Carifta Games. Ashea Cummins really brought this crowd to life for Trinidad and Tobago. And now she collects her reward with the smile still as broad as when she crossed the line.
Tell you what, it stretches from Icacos in the south of Trinidad to Toco in the northeast.
Lord Sebastian Coe, the World Athletics President, and during the presentation, no better man to deliver 1500 medals.
Sure, we'll see a lot more from these three young ladies in these Carifta Games. And O'Shea Cummings, her moment here today, and congratulated once again by the young Haitian athlete who really has won a lot of hearts here for her performance. So Ferguson about to make her second attempt, but just has to pull out, just didn't get that landing the pole just right there.
3.10 meters. The height of the bar, unable to go clear there. She's broken the record 3 times already. Record set at 2.90. Under 17 boys, 1500 medalists making their way out. led of course by Trinidad and Tobago's Christopher Sammy. Luke Plummer of Jamaica looked out of it for a long way, but in the last 50 he found what he needed to snatch the bronze medal. The Bermudian joined the party with about 400 meters to go, held his own to secure the silver medal. Cameron Atkins. In his words, at first it was him and the field, then it was him and the Bermudian, then it was him alone.
And he is the man standing alone at the top of the podium at the moment and acknowledging the applause of the fans. And he's going to get his medal from a legend of the 1500 meters, Lord Coe.
Christopher Sammy had his teammate Armani Dillon with him for some parts of the early stages of the race, but in truth it became evident quite early that there was no one in that field who could hang with him. And so Christopher Sammy of Trinidad and Tobago is the Carifta champion in the under-17 boys 1500 meters, ahead of Cameron Atkins of Bermuda and Luke Plummer of Jamaica.
Bermuda team here in their numbers, and they have also made their presence felt. Northernmost of the countries participating in this event. And there they are, spotting themselves in the big screen and enjoying the moment here in Trinidad and Tobago. And there's their guy with his silver medal.
Medalists in the under-20 girls at 1500 meters. Atoya Harvey of Guyana, the bronze medalist.
Came to the party late and made her presence felt to squeeze in to get the bronze medal.
Once again, she is part of a Carifta podium. Sashana Johnson of Jamaica, the silver medalist. Delighted with the medal, she says, because it's her first time. Promises that she'll be back even better next time around.
Yeah, it was great teamwork between herself and Rose, just blocking off the competitors, forcing them to go around, and that really expended a lot of energy. And here's your winner.
Johnson's first time, the last time for Sydney Rose at the Carifta Games, and she has the 1500 Class 1 girls gold medal. Under 20 girls gold medal. That is what happens when you go to too many classes.
Or too many champs. I take that back. You can never go to too many champs.
No comment. Can't wait to see the medal table because it's been such a competitive opening day of track and field.
Yeah, Bahamas were well on their way from everyone in the early session, but Jamaica have won a slew of medals here in the evening. It's going to be interesting reading that medal table.
Now the medal ceremony for the under 20 boys 1500 meters. Joel Morgan came in at 3:56.12. Was nowhere close to that in this final, but he hung on really well to secure the bronze medal, because at one stage he looked in danger of being outside the medals. Asha Patel of Aruba, 3:54.01 coming in, made his move with about 450 meters to go, but there was another and more decisive move to come. It came from D'Angelo Brown of Grenada. What a performance. can't wait to see him in the 800 meters. Could he deliver the under-20 double?
Here he is at the top of the podium, receiving his medal from Lord Cole, looking like a young Yannick Noah, the 1984 French Open champion.
As we get ready to switch back to the pole vault video ramble, I remember 2 years ago in the Bahamas when Van der Poel was jumping the Bahamian. And I love my track and field and I love athletes doing well. But I'm starting to get PTSD here because we were there for 2.5 hours just watching Van der Poel jump. And he just kept breaking the record. And I wonder if Ferguson is going to put us through a similar thing tonight.
Call your therapist, because we're getting some more of that today, because Ferguson has broken the record. Is it 3 times already?
And if she goes over 3:10, it will be a 4th.
She has in fact gone over 3:10, so it's 4 times she's now broken the record. Wow, what a performance here from Ferguson, Jade Ferguson of the Bahamas. The record, remember, stood at 2.90 meters.
Triple jump, under 17 boys, won in record fashion by Amani Phillips of Jamaica, turning the table on Christophe Caliste of Grenada, last year's champion, having to settle for silver, with Kai Anthony, the second Jamaican, getting bronze. Keshawn Walcott doing the presentation there, Olympic champion in the javelin in 2012.
What a day that was in Trinidad and Tobago. I can tell you, that day there was a massive flood in Trinidad and Tobago. Several people, hundreds of people actually were affected by it, especially in the Diego Martin area, just to the west of the venue here. And I remember one man calling on radio and saying, he said, listen, my house is flooded, my bed has mud in it, but Keyshawn Walcott won a gold medal, and I am still happy.
It's not the Carifta Games, but news coming through that the great Chilean Fraser Price has officially opened her season in Kingston with a 10.94 clocking, positive 3.1 meters per second, the wind speed. But I think world fans are just delighted that she has officially opened her campaign. The discus throw for under 20 boys. The medalists stepping up. Joseph Salmon, the Jamaican, we heard from him earlier, the gold medalist, well down on his best. But he has done what he came to Port of Spain to do, and that is win the Carifta title.
He might be a little bit shy and retiring, but boy, can he throw that iron ball. Well, the pole vault is continuing, and Jade Ferguson is going to try for a higher mark here, I believe. This should be 10:15, isn't it?
So quickly, Salmon, the winner, Logan of Grenada in second in the discus for under 20 boys, with the bronze medal going to the second Jamaican in that field. Devontae Edwards.
Ferguson's second attempt at 3.25. Just clips the bar. One more chance to go here. She's trying to add another cut here to the record, which she's broken 4 times already. And just about 10 minutes ago, she would have established a record at 3.10, and going for to embellish on that record a little bit more here is Ferguson. Here's how she did it. Superb clearance there. And look at the applause from the supporters. The pole vault community is a very small and well-knit one. They all support each other, and that was the victory.
Mixed 4x400 coming up. Timed finals for this one. But before all of that, the multi-event 400 races, starting with the octathlon boys. Andre Allen, the British Virgin Islands, Christophe Monroe, Bahamas, Amari Brown, Trinidad and Tobago, Cameron Henfield of the Bahamas, Shaim Phillip of Grenada, and Kevon Grant of Jamaica. Octathlon boys. Fourth and final event of the opening day. Off they go. The Trinbagonian Amari Brown has been brilliant today. Can he close off in style? Grant of Jamaica going well. Now the Trinbagonian starts to make a move. Amari Brown takes control. Look at him ease off the top bend. Henfield of the Bahamas trying to go and chase. But Amari Brown of Trinidad and Tobago is well clear. Has a look behind him. It's the combined event, so it's all about time, and he pours to the line. The clock by the finish line says 44:34. We all know that's not correct, but I'm sure it was pretty quick.
Oh, the two Bahamians following him into the line. That's Monroe, Christophe Monroe, number 147, and also Cameron Henfield picking up points for second and third. But Amari Brown has put in a really great performance here in the octathlon. He should be your leader after the first day.
Certainly should be the leader.
And within the first 100 meters of the race, he already had the competitors in front of him covered, took control of the race on the back stretch, and getting up to that 200-meter mark, there's Brown striding to the front. And coming into the final straight, it was all Amari Brown. He knew he had it under control here, didn't let up at all about pouring on those points. And he had his eyes on the clock, and gets across the line to win it comfortably.
Wants a sizable lead going into day number 2. Let's get confirmation. Brown 49.74, Henfield 51.71, Monroe 52.14, Grant 54.15, Phillip 54.42. Allen of the British Virgin Islands taking no further part in the competition. So he's won 3 of the 4 events today. Amari Brown, the 100, the long jump, and now the 400 meters. He was 3rd best in the shot put. And I tell you what, the record has been broken again in the pole vault. Open for girls, we'll get to that, but we have the decathlon 400 meters coming up. Clement of Grenada, Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago, Huggins of St. Kitts and Nevis, Smith of the Bahamas, and Paul Hewlett of the British Virgin Islands.
I did see a flag go up. If I'm not mistaken, was that a red flag that went up? Went up very quickly, just as we were going to this. But the Bahamian is celebrating right now. Jade Ferguson is your girls pole vault open champion. She's just out of your picture, celebrating there. There she is, celebrating victory and the gold medal. Well deserved, breaking the record 4 times in the event.
1 year later, after no heighting last year, she has left no doubt this time around that she's number 1. Naya Jules, tied for gold a year ago, has to settle for silver this time around.
It's quite a duel, one that will be remembered for a long time among the pole vault community. The record shattered several times on the evening here.
Decathlon boys 400 meters coming up. 2 sections in this. Ethan Court of Guyana, Caleb Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago, Wilfried Boystel, Martinique, Matthias Sarin of Guadeloupe, looks as if there's been a change to the lineup from the one that we have, as the athletes are sent on their way in this first section. First of 2 heats in the Decathlon boys 400 meters. Joel Clement started the day with a win over 100 meters. Huggins of St. Kitts and Nevis trying to come through. Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago back in 3rd, but Clement is producing a fabulous effort here. Goes sub 50, or does he? No, just outside 50.10, but he beat that field by a long way, the Grenadian.
Not sure if he was entirely happy with how he executed, but no doubt about the finish, getting ahead of everyone else and getting the win. And gets the congratulations of the competitors just behind him. So Jarrell Clement of Grenada winning the 400-meter dash in the decathlon. And there is confirmation, 50.14 his time for the victory. Clement running in lane number 1 at this point here. All the action is ahead of him, biding his time here, just showing his patience on the backstretch. And now he's starting to catch up with the field, just going past the Trinidadian. That's Tyreek Vincent, who falls back into the top 4, at the bottom of the top 4. All about the time here, and Clement straining every sinew in his body to get across the line. Has a look back at the clock. Not the time that he wanted, but valuable points in the contest.
There we go, Joel Clement, 50.14. Jamard Huggins 51.79, Tariq Vincent 52.51, Nathaniel Smith of the Bahamas 53.72, and Paul Hewlett 55.54 for the British Virgin Islands. Second section coming up in the decathlon boys 400 meters, the final event of day number 1. They have done the 100 meters, the long jump, the high jump, the shot put, and now the 400. Ethan Court, Caleb Campbell, Wilfried Boystel, Matthias Serin, and Jaquan Suden. I think they just turned the races around. What was to be the first is now the second. There's the Jamaican, Jaquan Suden. Matthias Serin of Guadeloupe, medalist in the Octathlon Open event last year. Remember, for the first time we have the decathlon for under 20 boys and the octathlon for under 17 boys. Previously at Carifta it was only the octathlon and it was an open event. Caleb Campbell there of Trinidad and Tobago. And Ethan Court of Guyana closing out the field. The athletes asked to stand.
I think someone had their hands up there. As our own Atta Bolden put it, at some point you think you've left the iron on, put your hand up, clear it out of your mind, and get on with the race.
Second and final section of the decathlon 400 meters. Bright start for Matthias Serin of Guadeloupe. The Jamaican Suden also going well. Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago tracking well down the back stretch too. Under 200 meters to run. Campbell, Serin, and Suden. Now Campbell and Serin. Suden left well back. Into the straight they come. Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. Matthias Serin of Guadeloupe. And they batter down the stretch. Serin, Campbell. I think Serin got there first, ahead of Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago.
Just outdipped him on the line. It's the last event of the day, so just that little extra incentive to put a bit more than you might if this were the first event. But good run from Campbell to pick up some valuable points in second place. He wasn't that far off Serin, just a split second behind.
51.23 for Matthias Serin, not as fast as Joel Clement in the first section. Can't wait to see what the standings look like at the end of day number 1. I suspect Clement will have the lead.
At this point, Clement is just trying to hold his challenge here, and in the straight, that's where the battle royale starts. And these two eyeing each other down, and it's Serin that just had enough at the end in the last 20 meters, so pulling ahead and taking the 400 meter.
Beautiful evening in Port of Spain. Matthias Serin will look to get some rest after that and come back tomorrow for the final 5 events. 51-23 ahead of Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago, 51-27. Sudan of Jamaica, 54-48. Boystel of Martinique, 55-21. And Court of Guyana, 109-67. Donald Oliver has the girls' pole vault champion and record holder.
You know, Ricardo, when they say it's your time, and Jade Ferguson is the living example of that statement, because at last year's Carifta Games, she didn't clear a height. Today, she couldn't stop clearing. She finally ended at 3.10 meters. It's a Carifta record. Unbelievable performance. Talk to me about that.
I feel ecstatic. Like you said, I didn't clear anything last year. So I had to trust in my coaches and my parents and everybody that's supporting me, and also in myself, to come out here and do my best. And I'm just so proud of myself and happy that I did my best and I came out with a goal and a record.
Yeah, that's the best you've felt out there
Yes.
doing the pole vault, right?
Yes, it is.
I mean, what do you take away from this? Because this must push you to higher heights, literally.
Yes, I take a lot from this experience because I didn't believe in myself. I kind of doubted myself after last year's competition, but I just trust in God and His timing, and I realized that His timing will not always match up with my timing, and I just had to trust the process. And like I said, trust my coaches and myself and God, and I just, came out and did my best.
And that is your support system. What do you have to say to them?
Oh, I'm so grateful. I'm so very grateful for the 242 coming out and supporting me. It means the world. The energy was just feeding into me, and yeah, I just love them so very much.
Jade Ferguson, the record holder, the newly minted record holder in the women's pole vault here at these Carifta Games. We'll take a break. Back with so much more after this, so please stay with us.
Back at the Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain, the opening evening of the 2025 Carifta Games in track and field. We're down to the final event. It is the mixed 4x400, which will be timed finals. 2 sections. The first one coming up shortly. Ricardo Chambers alongside Vidya Ramphal. Donald Oliver is sitting by somewhere comfortably.
Donald always makes himself comfortable no matter where he is.
That is a fact. The teams making their way out for the mixed 4x4. Guyana defending champions, record holders.
And surprisingly not entered into this one. Turks and Caicos Islands, British Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica and Haiti are involved in this. Actually, they are in the second event, just to correct that. The second of the 2 finals. I think they might be going to the second race first, if I'm not mistaken. I'm seeing also Trinidad and Tobago and Grenada going across in that direction.
So apparently there has been a change. Is it that we're no longer having timed finals and we're just down to 1 section in the mixed 4x4? Seems as if we're down to just 1 section. Yes, indeed, just getting that confirmation now that it will no longer be a timed final. Grenada there. The Bahamas. Jamaica. The Bahamas won the first edition of the mixed 4x4 at home in 2023, and then Guyana won it last year.
Austin, McPherson, Gill and Springer make up that Guyana team that set the record. 3 minutes 23.51. And they were due to compete in the second of those finals, but of course, as we mentioned, that has changed now. See one of the athletes from Trinidad and Tobago setting up there. That should be Ben Israel Bannister.
Trinidad and Tobago, the home team. Kayla Charles and Sierra Joseph, the 2 female competitors. Ben Israel Bannister, one of the 2 male competitors for Trinidad and Tobago. Grenada in the lineup as well. Trinidad and Tobago will lead off with Joshua Perry. There he is. The Grenada team will have Keylorn Moses on the opening leg. Mixed 4x4 final to close the opening day of the 2025 Carifta Games in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The Twin Island Republic coming alive on Easter weekend with the Carifta Games of track and field and swimming, plus a major cycling event, Easter Grand Prix.
That's happening in Arima, and it's widely followed here in Trinidad and Tobago. A very healthy cycling tradition here in TNT, and the Easter Grand Prix, one of the must-see events. I dare say that some of the spectators here will be heading there tonight.
Turks and Caicos, Antigua, Barbuda, Grenada, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Barbados and Dominica, the teams listed. And by the way, there was a big 5K event around the savannah this morning.
And you know that because you were running in it, weren't you?
I was running from it. I'm not a 5K type of guy, to be honest. Maybe 40, 50 meters. Quicker the better. Trinidad and Tobago with their lead-off man, Joshua Perry. They go in lane number 5. Antigua and Barbuda in the lineup. Bahamas will go in 4. The Jamaicans are in lane number 6. Final race of day number 1. Taking a little while to get this one going. We've drifted half an hour beyond where we should have been at the start of this race. Mixed 4x400. Antigua, Barbuda, Grenada, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, off they go. Barbados in there as well. They go in lane number 7. Dominica on the outside in lane number 8. So, male to female, male to female, that's the way they'll go. Strong opening leg here for Jamaica, Bahamas and Trinidad and Tobago. Here they come to the first change. Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, then Jamaica, with Barbados in 4th. Grenada back in 5th at this stage. The defending champions, Guyana, not here, and so the Bahamians take the lead. The first winners of the mixed 4x4, now in 3rd, with the Jamaicans cutting across well to have the lead. Anastasia Hall opening up a 6-7 meter advantage for Jamaica, and she's going further away. There's a tumble, and the Trinbagonians have dropped the baton. They're out. Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada. Here's the change. Daniel Wright led off Jamaica, and now on the 3rd leg they have Paul Henry, under 17 400 finalist at the Carifta Games last year, and he runs this 3rd leg. Has been in fabulous form this season. 200 meters to go. The Bahamians closing. Grenada in there as well. Barbados still battling for a medal, but Henry leads Jamaica. Look at this run for the Bahamas. Down the stretch they come. Jamaica and the Bahamas. It will be a titanic battle as they come to the final change. Jamaica just ahead of the Bahamas. Will we have a first-time winner in Jamaica, or will the Bahamians become the first to win 2 4x4 mixed relay titles at the Carifta Games? 250 meters to go. Jovi Rose seems to be running this anchor leg for the Jamaicans. More known for her 800, 1500 quality. Her sister won the 1500 on the 20 girls earlier today, but the Bahamians are still close. And a big move being made now for the Bahamas. Shamaya Nabi, the sprint double under 17 champion 2 years ago, leads the Bahamians to 4x4 mixed relay glory. Their second win in 3 years. And the girl who was the star of the under 17 category at home 2 years ago is the star and anchor and sends all of Nassau dancing in Port of Spain.
Well, they started off earlier today with a gold medal, and now they've ended off with another one here. Congratulations to the Bahamas. An excellent performance, and really everything seemed to change with that third leg. That crucial third leg had turned it around, and an excellent final leg from the Bahamas to get the win.
Ahead of the Carifta Games, I asked about this young lady, Nabi. She wasn't at Carifta last year, and I was told that she is coming back to very good form. Will run the under 20 200 meters starting tomorrow. But she helps to deliver her team a gold medal to close the opening day of competition. The Jamaicans so close to their first mixed 4x4 title, but not to be. Anastasia Hall ran a fabulous second leg for them. But the Bahamians closed on the third leg. Paul Henry for the Jamaicans, losing a significant advantage. And credit to 242. They deliver in a significant way here. And it was Emmanuel Adams who ran a terrific third leg for the Bahamians. And they closed the opening day in style. In fact, it was Zion Miller, the 400 champion, who ran that third leg. Correction, figured it was him. It indeed was Zion Miller, so what a day for him. There he is, a terrific third leg to bring the Bahamians close of the Jamaicans. That opened up a significant gap. Massive day for him. Massive, massive day. 2 personal bests on his way to 400 gold, and now a terrific leg to bring his team mixed 4x4 gold. The Bahamians, mixed 4x4 champions for the second time in the 3-year history of the event at the Carifta Games. 3 minutes 23.97. Jamaica 3:25.29 silver, and Grenada 3 minutes 27.46, taking the bronze. Trinidad and Tobago actually finished the race at 3:44.14. I wonder if there will be a protest in relation to the incident that led to the baton going down. Credit to them for finishing though. Fans, already starting to drift out, some of them, others still enjoying this wonderful opening day. Had a little bit of everything. Well, the action complete for the opening day. 52nd Carifta Games from Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Specifically, we're at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Beautiful shot of the city, which we'll have time to parade later on. For now, we'll go to a break and return with a wrap-up. Donald Oliver is standing by with Vidya Ramphel.
Welcome you back to the Hazley Crawford Stadium here in Trinidad and Tobago. And the first day is just about complete. And the Bahamas closing it out with a wonderful win in the mixed relay, the 4x4. And Zion Miller, who knows what it's like to win gold in the individual event, came back and had a fantastic run, a third leg run that really just shifted the tide for the Bahamas. That was quite a gap that you had to close.
First of all, I want to thank God for bringing me back here. You know, to close out with 2 gold medals is a blessing. You know, I haven't gotten a gold nor silver medal at any Carifta I've been at, so when able to get 2, I thank myself and my team for coming out and doing their part.
I'm sure the Bahamas must be thrilled with what's taken place so far on this opening day of the Carifta Games.
Yes, you know, we got a lot of gold medals. You know, everyone did their best, and that's all we asked for.
Zion, rest of the team, congratulations, guys. Well, an exciting first day. These Carifta Games. Vidya Ramphal has now joined me on set. And can you put into words what's happened on this opening day here at the Hazel Crawford Stadium?
How much time do you have to do that? Because it would take a tome, if you want to put it into words.
Yeah.
That would take a long time to really go through what we've happened here. I mean, if we were to start with the positive points, there are a lot of positives and there's some great performances today. We've had 2 records broken, of course, in the pole vault and in the boys triple jump. Amani Phillips Sidley writing himself into the history books, as well as Jade Ferguson doing the same in the pole vault. Those were 2 fine performances.
I want a story for Jade in particular because of what happened last year at the Carifta Games, not being able to clear a height, and then she just couldn't stop clearing the bar.
She couldn't at all. I mean, it was 4 times, I believe it was, that she broke the record. And also, she outlasted the defending champion, which was even more impressive because this was the young lady who would have set fear in the hearts of so many of the competitors in this competition. And she bested her and even went beyond and really was turning on the style in the end.
Yeah, just wonderful stuff that we saw in the pole vault. And yeah, she just kept clearing, getting by the 3-meter mark with ease. Then she eventually would have cleared 3:10.
Yeah, and when she cleared that, the celebration was there. A little bit muted on this particular one, but when you've broken the record 4 times, why not?
You kind of get a little bit tired of it, right? But as far as the track was concerned, we started off with some really good races in the 400 meters.
Yeah, we certainly had some wonderful races there, and then to see what happened later on in the evening, as one of your guests certainly referenced it very well, they wanted to see more respect shown to Jamaica, and that was really because there was not the anticipated slew of medals for Jamaica in the early part of the day, and she really put a stamp on it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
In getting that medal and setting Jamaica on its way. A dominant performance once again in the 100 meters from Jamaica late in the evening here.
Yeah, Jamaica really bounced back in the 100 meters. Again, not necessarily a dominant performance on the overall day, but certainly tried to make a mark there.
Yeah, certainly there was a mark made, and certainly with Bahamas starting so well, Jamaica coming back, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that medal table looks like.
Yep. Again, just a lot to speak about in terms of the 400s and the 100 meter. But if you were to pinpoint exactly what was the high point of today, what would it be?
Seeing that I have the red, white, and black flowing through my heart, I think it really would have to be that win in the 1500s. The young lady just getting there to get the win, and boy, she really set things going. Dylan Woodruff's performance in the 100 to come back, Sammy's performance in the 1500s too, those were great performances, but I think that first performance to get the gold medal really lit up this crowd.
Yeah, one of the big stories in the 100 meters would have been Jamal Stevenson from Jamaica. A lot of us know the story well of what happened in Jamaica at their national championships. But for him to complete that redemption arc with victory today, it's a wonderful storyline for him.
Yeah, and that redemption arc may not have even played, as many would have not felt that would have come into play at all, but certainly he took it to heart and he dominated the race and really won it well. Dylan Woodruff put in a good performance to finish in 2nd place. He was telling you that he didn't really hear
the gun,
the
final, yeah.
But he said, listen, no excuses. I did what I could and I finished in 2nd place, but take nothing away from Stevenson. He really was the story of the 100 meters.
Overall, it was really a very exciting day. Of course, there are a few controversial moments. So to walk me through the one that would have stood out for you.
Yeah, certainly that 400-meter race, the 2 Jamaicans, Rose, of course, pulling out very early, and there seemed to be a bit of communication between him and the other athlete, and then all of a sudden he just stopped running at the 200-meter mark. We'll never really, we don't know yet, but hopefully we'll try to find out what exactly happened there. But obviously there was some communication, and both athletes who were expected to be on the podium ended up not finishing the race. That will certainly be one race that will be talked about a lot today and a lot in the future, I can tell you.
What a dramatic first day it was. What are you looking forward to on the second day of these Carifta Games?
Oh, certainly, of course, with the events coming up tomorrow, the 200s will be coming up, and I'll be looking forward to those. And as well, the events coming up tomorrow, I will really want to tell you, I love it all. So I'm going to look out for all of these events, but the shorter events really are what really fire me up.
Yep, it's going to be a dramatic second day. Maybe it won't be as dramatic as this opening day, but certainly Trinidad and Tobago making their mark as hosts of these Carifta Games.
I tell you what, I don't think anything could beat this first day. It was filled with everything. There was every possible plot line that you could have thought about. The redemption arc, the disqualifications, the home team really putting on a show. It was absolutely brilliant stuff. And if this is how the opening day is, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, we are looking forward to the second day of these Carifta Games here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you this opening day of the Carifta Games. And I tell you, the Hazley Crawford Stadium was just a buzz with excitement all day. And we anticipate the same thing on tomorrow's second day. But again, just wonderful bringing you the pictures as well as the sounds, the energy really up here in Port of Spain. And we're looking forward to tomorrow's second day. Do join us then 9 a.m. Local time for continued coverage of the 52nd Carifta Games here in Trinidad and Tobago.